the majority of the planning board members are participating remotely via web, we got to do another roll call. People remember that from the old days. So let's roll call it. Who's going to take the honors of that? It's going to be Liz.
Chairman Rappaport, she's absent. Vice Chairman Gaffney.
Here.
Member Clerk Raymond is absent. Member Covino.
He's on mute.
He's present. Member Espejo.
I'm here.
Member Mpemba is not here yet. And Member LaRue.
I'm here.
Excellent.
All right, if we wouldn't mind rising for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
The
of the
flag
United States
of the
of
United
America,
States of America,
to the
and
republic,
to the republic
which
for which
stands
it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
God,
with liberty and justice for all.
justice for all.
Thank you. Turns out, I just happen to have an American flag right in the office where I'm working here. So great. All right, so the town of Burlington will be holding the December 2nd meeting of the planning board as a hybrid meeting due to the expiration of the state of emergency that was issued due to COVID-19 virus on March 12th, 2020.
Please note that the option for remote participation via Webex is being provided as a courtesy to the public. This meeting will not be suspended or, well, okay, those seeking to participate remotely may do so via the following. To join the Webex meeting, you need to go to townofburlington.webex.com. Our meeting number is 2333-137382. The meeting password is 1645, and you can join us by phone at 1-617-315-0704. This meeting is also being broadcast on the BCAT government channel, which can be found on Comcast 99, RCN 15, and Verizon Channel 41. It's being streamed on Facebook Live and via the BCAT Facebook page. Anybody in the public is welcome to make comments during the time for public comment. Questions can be asked via Webex, the Webex chat function, Facebook Live, or during the meeting. If you do wish to participate, we ask that you please identify yourselves ahead of time.
Okay, we'll make sure that happens. Thank you.
Mhm.
So the first thing on our agenda is a town center presentation by Melissa Tankopolis, the Economic Development Director and the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, MAP. Melissa?
Thank you, Chairman Gaffney. My name is Melissa Tantopoulos. I work as the Economic Development Director for the town. This evening, I'd like to introduce Chris Cultural with the MAPC and kind of to set the kind of backdrop for his presentation. As many of you know, when I came on, it's now almost officially 2 years ago, we outlined the economic development goals and objectives for the town through a series of stakeholder interviews, and identified that the town center continues to be, an area that the town would like to focus its efforts in. To see redevelopment over time, to see improvement over the streetscape. Walkability was a primary concern in that, there's, pedestrian connectivity through the area has been difficult given the way it lays out, not only 3A, but the land uses themselves. So to that end, my office worked with MAPC, and MAPC coincidentally had been examining what they call retrofitting suburbia concepts throughout Massachusetts and the MAPC area, Metropolitan Boston area. And Chris here will show a little bit more about his work on the high level research, but we were able to use the town center as a pilot project to examine it a little bit more and kind of take off where the planning staff had done some work for the overlay. We want to kind of look at how that's doing today. How is it achieving what we want to achieve? And, what are our steps to move things forward in a way we'd like to kind of envision that area and our kind of general aspirational goals for the town center. So with that, Chris, I'd like to maybe share a little bit more about yourself and your work, and then dive into the presentation. It should be our plan was to kind of review the presentation by Chris for about 15 minutes and then have an open discussion. We were able to show some of this presentation to the selectmen, but we weren't able to have a further discussion. And I think it's most appropriate for the planning board to, given the topics and the history that you guys have worked on so much in this area.
Okay, Chris, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks everybody for having me. My name is Chris Koschel. I've been with MAPC for over 9 years now. I grew up right next door in Woburn, so I'm very familiar with Burlington as well. So I have a presentation, and I will share my screen. Looks like I can do that. Let's see. Okay, I believe you can all see that.
Yes.
So
Yep.
I have a bunch of slides. I'm going to, I think for these slides, some of these slides were developed for, I think, different audiences, but I think for you, a lot of this you probably already will know. So I'll just kind of hit a few of the highlights so that we have time for the discussion, and I don't belabor things that you're already familiar with. So I'm gonna make this full screen. Okay. So Melissa just gave a nice little overview about sort of why we're thinking about this area, and why you as a town is thinking about this area. At MAPC, we're also thinking about these types of areas from a regional perspective. And I think, as you probably know, MAPC's region, the Metro Boston region, continues to grow and be a very strong demand area. We still have an affordable housing crisis and housing supply crisis that's still, so we're looking for ways to how can we accommodate our future growth. And one of the ways some of the communities have been thinking about dealing with this is through the creation of certain parts of town or the city that would be appropriate for walkable mixed-use neighborhoods. The term that I often hear is traditional neighborhood development, which is similar to, if you haven't heard that term, it's similar to the concept of transit-oriented development, but is broader because it doesn't necessarily need to be focused around a transit station. So as Melissa said, MAPC, we've been doing some research for a while now that we're actually finally ready to almost complete, and we'll be releasing this next month. But we were taking a very expansive view, and we were focused within this broad sort of framework of retrofitting the suburbs, thinking about specifically commercial corridors and strip malls and related types of developments. And we were examining how much area we actually have in our region devoted to this type of development. And if we took some of those top sites and we defined what we meant by that, how much redevelopment could occur within this area. And so that's kind of obviously a very high level. And then we thought a little bit about Burlington Center, again, just sort of to spark the conversation and think about if we reimagined this area, what could it maybe look like? I also just took a look at your most recent master plan because I think pertinent to the town of Burlington is the fact that there are a number of goals that are directly relevant to Burlington Center, or are parts of elements such as your transportation element or housing element where Burlington Center could play a role in helping to achieve some of these goals that you developed through the town master planning process. And I'd also just note, as you probably know, that the recent LRRP also focused on town center. So there's been a lot of work right now looking at this specific area. So thinking about, well, what goes into a revitalized town center, there's obviously a number of different ways that we could think about this or look at this. So I just put together this one kind of simple way of thinking about it with these three areas that are interrelated, thinking about the public realm, so the roadway itself, thinking about the concept of placemaking, which has already been going on in Burlington Center, and what I consider, I think, the most critical aspect, and that's the private development. In particular, thinking about what is the land use program of the area and thinking about the urban design, not so much the architecture, but more thinking about how buildings are sited on a lot, where is the location of parking, things of that nature. So just a couple of the highlights on each of those. So for the roadways, I think the main takeaway is that successful town centers are safe for everyone to be able to get around. That they're walkable, they're not just safe, but they're also comfortable to walk around. In this area in particular, there's a little bit of a balancing act, I know, and I recognize, because 3A also has to accommodate a pretty high vehicular throughput every day. So, but I think there's the opportunity potentially to think about this one area as sort of a node where traffic is calmed and is safer. And I think the modeling would likely show that over a total trip length, it doesn't really degrade that total amount of time for your trip. The placemaking, as I'm sure you know, a lot has been going on that Melissa has led a number of efforts related to this area. And I think this is just in general, I guess my takeaway is that I think placemaking it's a great near-term strategy. I think it can really help set and be a catalyst for change of creating that future identity for an area. And then the last piece is thinking about the private development itself. And so what we did, Melissa helped convene, we met with a number of the area's landowners of the district. This is an aerial of the district. And we got together and went through an exercise where I showed the following slides. Again, not as a way to say this is what your future should look like, but rather to show one way, some sets of principles to think about and spark that conversation. That was, I think, a really productive conversation. And so I'll just kind of show you what we showed them. So first, just sort of abstracting the area. So I created this simple massing diagram to illustrate first on a district-wide scale, some very high-level concepts about how we could, from an urban design perspective, revitalize this area. First is to think about establishing blocks. You already have some rights of way that technically do that, but they incrementally over time could be better formalized, and that could work also within private development areas to create these blocks. And the main reason for that is it's sort of I guess a tried and tested strategy that creating smaller blocks improves walkability for pedestrians. And again, when I say walkability, I don't necessarily mean it's safe to walk around, but more about, do you want to walk around? Second aspect then is, well, how do you get to the neighborhood? And again, to the extent possible, we're looking to increase the ways that people can get to Burlington Center without having to get into their car. Obviously, many people will want to or need to, but there are some people who would like to walk, and there are opportunities for connections, I think, to some of the nearby residential areas. There's also opportunities potentially for improving the bicycle facilities. I think it's clear that most people are not biking, but we also know that biking is one of the fastest modes of transportation. And where it's safe to do so, you can cover quite a bit of ground in a fairly short amount of time. And so that could be a way to bring more people to this area to support the businesses without impacting negatively the traffic. And then finally, thinking about the buildings themselves, and these are intended to be sort of simple building footprints to show that the way that buildings are sited should, in general, be framing the streets and putting the parking in discrete locations, and that'll help improve also the walkability. So then I took one specific site and just sort of honed in a little bit and kind of went through a similar high-level exercise. And so here, this is the site in question. And so again, I just abstracted that with this simple diagram. And when you look today, there are a couple positive aspects, actually. There is a little bit of landscaping and buffering from between the parking and the sidewalk. But I think that the negatives probably outweigh that in terms of if the goal is to sort of be a walkable area. You have 4 lanes of roadways, and that goes right up against you have a sidewalk, but it's a very narrow sidewalk with no buffering between that high speed traffic. And then parking is that predominant feature that a pedestrian experiences, and that's not generally what we associate with walkability. And finally, the fact that those are single-story buildings in an area like this suggests that, from some measures, that it might be underutilized, and there's an opportunity for a little bit more of intensive development. So this is that same area, just again, reimagined as one way, just again, for food for thought.
Hey, Chris, just, this is Bill. Just, can you go back one slide real quickly?
Yes.
So when you say that's a four-lane roadway with no bicycle facilities, that's in that particular section, it's 4-lane, right? Or is that the 2-lane? It's 4-lane?
I believe it's 4 lanes there. There's one section I remember where it sort of dissolves and it's not really clear if it's 2 lanes or 1 lanes, but I thought it was. At least
Okay.
portions of this area I know are 4 lanes.
Thank you.
Okay. So just to hit a couple of the highlights here, what we have seen in some situations where you do have really wide roadways is there might be the opportunity in certain sections, and this might be one of those appropriate sections, to have what you probably might have heard is a road diet. And so one way to do that would be you'd have a center turning lane as a way to accommodate turning vehicles and still allow other cars to keep going through. That would, of course, need to be modeled whether this would work in this particular location, but that's just one example that could work. And by doing that, you're freeing up space for both bicycle facilities or wider enhanced sidewalks. So you'd have sidewalks that now have some buffering between the sidewalk where people are walking and the cars and the traffic. The other, I think, kind of critical piece here from this diagram is to think about where the building is sited. So it's brought up towards where the sidewalk is. The parking would be located in a more discrete location. I think in a roadway like this, you might still want a front yard setback, but thinking about what that setback is used for, today it's often used for parking. A more appropriate use in terms of creating a walkable town center would be to think about that for seating associated with, let's say, a cafe or a restaurant. And then finally, again, I'm not so concerned necessarily with the particular style of architecture. Some people like contemporary, some people prefer more traditional. Either can work, but there are some principles that could be applied that I think are sort of universal to visually break down a building, to help create a more human scale, and to sort of avoid just monotony and boring buildings.
Chris, one slide more, but you talked about a continental crosswalk. What's the difference between a continental and a ladder style?
Ladder style is very similar to continental. The only difference is that the ladder style has the parallel bars as well, but both of those styles are better than the style where you just have the 2 parallel bars because it's just more visible.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so just kind of to wrap up, I think to truly see this kind of revitalization and if what I outlined are the goals, it does take a multi-pronged approach, some of which has already started or is going on. We talked a little bit about the placemaking activities. We've started to engage the landowners. I think that would need to continue. I think there was some initial conversations with Mass DOT regarding the roadway and that, potentially rather than just doing a simple repaving of what's there today, there could be an opportunity potentially to do something different if it's going to help meet the needs of the future land use, if the land use is going to change. And then finally, for the private development to really be unlocked, that generally requires that the zoning aligns with what you want. I'm a little bit familiar with the zoning of this area. Melissa and I were thinking that one activity that we could undertake is that I have a little bit of funding to spend down between now and the end of this month. And so I could take another look at the zoning and maybe just provide the town with a memo that might be hopefully useful to think about an assessment of what's the existing zoning and some potential future modifications to help achieve the goals.
Great.
So with that, that's the slides. I'll stop sharing my screen for now, just so we can see everyone.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Turn it back on if you'd like.
I'll allow the planning board folks that I see here to ask any questions. I'll start down the way I see on my screen here for, looks like, let's see, somebody moved on me here. Let's go with Barbara first.
Hi, everybody. Great presentation. I enjoyed it. I would love it if our town center area looked like that. I think we all would. I guess I don't really have any problems with any of the things that you've suggested. What I don't understand is how we achieve it. And especially given that the majority of that land is owned, I think, by one landowner. And this is similar to a plan that was presented to the town, I think, a couple of decades ago, and it never really got anywhere. So I love the plan. I just don't know how to achieve it.
Yeah, good
So
point.
and I saw Kristen's comment about potentially this might be appropriate for a form-based code approach, which for those who maybe aren't familiar, form-based code sort of leads with design. So it still includes uses, but whereas in our traditional zoning, uses are sort of the predominant thing that we focus on, form-based code sort of flips it and puts a lot more emphasis on the design. It doesn't necessarily need to be overly prescriptive either. There's ways to do that. I think this, I've worked on a few of these now actually in this type of situation. So I think this would absolutely be appropriate. One of the things, and maybe someone from the planning staff can correct me if I get this wrong, but my understanding of the history was that you've developed an overlay district that the issue that, from what I recall, was that there was one development that went in under this overlay district that was a fairly dense, large multifamily development that wasn't exactly what people wanted. And consequently, changes were made to the overlay district that now severely limits any sort of residential at all.
Right.
And I think the solution, if you really want to see redevelopment, is that you have to allow residential, but we can do it in a way that doesn't displace existing commercial activity. And there's different ways you could do that. You could have to say that all ground floors commercial, for example. But I think that's one of the changes that would probably be needed in order for this to happen.
Couple more, another couple of, a comment and a question. I agree with what you said, but I think what we need to make sure of is that what we get is a mixture like you have described, because the problem that we had before is that we only got residential. We didn't get anything else. And that was the problem. And that's why people became dissatisfied. The other question that I have is, if this were to be successful, and I sincerely hope that it is, and I also am very skeptical that it will happen, because it requires the buy-in by the landowner. But if it were to be successful, we've been told over the years that the collateral damage from this would be that some of the small businesses that we currently have in this area may not be able to afford the new rent. And we may lose some of those much loved small businesses. So I would love to hear how we can address that concern, because we don't want to leave those businesses behind.
Yep. That's that I think that is a very valid concern, because you're right, that's absolutely what would happen. And I think there are mechanisms that can be written into the zoning. For example, in the way that you have affordable housing, you can actually do that for affordable requirements for affordable commercial space as well. So I think generally the way it has to work is that you would allow a portion to still be kind of market rate, which, yes, after redevelopment might be a chain, but you retain a portion of the commercial development for these small businesses. Another approach, so you might be familiar with the Woburn Mall redevelopment that's now Woburn Village. One of the, I guess, more savvy local business owners entered into a long-term lease in the former Woburn Mall, and so that's a lock and key shop, and so they actually now had to have space in the new redevelopment, so they're still operating as a business under that lease. So I don't have all the answers right now, but I fully agree with your sentiment, and I think there are mechanisms to help manage that.
Barbara, you're on mute. I can't hear you, Barbara.
Thank you, Val. All of this requires the buy-in of the primary landowner, and I'm wondering if they have been involved in this process and have expressed interest in participating in this, because without the participation of that primary landowner, I don't know how we proceed.
Yes, Melissa, if you want to, I know we have had conversations. He was at that initial meeting. I know Melissa's had other conversations. If you'd like to address that, I don't know if you have anything
Sure.
to add about that.
Sure. I guess the primary property owner is Murray Hill Properties, and the representative has been Mike Murray, who's been working with us in terms of engagement through this exercise with MAPC as well as the placemaking. But your point is valid in terms of the current rents and the current space. The existing conditions, are such that the occupancy levels are high. The rents are low, the kind of the lowest in town. So it does allow for neighborhood serving tenants. That said, that if you set the stage, and this is not designed to obviously be even short term or midterm, it is a long term strategy to set the stage and revise zoning for what you intend and aspire to be. And so that's kind of when we have those conversations, it seems to me that it's not outside the realm of possibility, with the understanding that different leases come to an end. And as things come to an end, there's those opportunities for potential for redevelopment. But my understanding through these conversations is there's no incentive at this point to even come to an end or have any kind of longer term plan if things are kind of as is at the moment. That's how kind of a lot of our conversation is. So I think the property owners engage and would support some changes in the zoning. I think the other piece is the 3A project that Chris mentioned, which is also outside the property owners, a little bit more in our control and state control, but I think that's another big area of focus. So I think one thing, I guess, is like what Chris has time for is a few more weeks of work to end at this end. So we were thinking, if the board would consider maybe making a motion or a recommendation that he draft a technical memo addressing some of your kind of concerns on kind of implementation recommendations. And that's what we thought, would be a good use of the remaining time on this pilot project.
Okay, thank you. And I know I'm taking up too much time, so I'm going to make one very last quick comment regarding the development at the Woburn Mall that was referenced. I would not want to see anything like that in Burlington. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Member LaRue. Next up on what I see here is Member Covino. Any comments, Ernie? Unmute again?
Sure. If I
There you go,
get
can hear you.
unmuted there. Thank you. Yeah, in having been involved with the overlay project since its beginning, if I had to suggest a do-over, the major one would be not creating that extreme vacuum we created by saying 25% of town center square footage can be residential, and we had this big sucking noise as everybody jumped into the residential first to take advantage to make sure they weren't left out. And it probably should have been that any development in the redevelopment or development in the town center include a residential component. In other words, if you wanted to put residential in, okay, say we said 33% of your project had to be residential. So if you wanted some residential, then you had another 66% of that would have had to be commercial. But that's gone right now, and as town meeting voted, they're not really looking for any more multifamily housing, at least not yet, unless we can convince them differently. But and I guess I would be in favor of asking. I'm sorry, I forgot the gentleman's name. MAPC to spend another couple of weeks, maybe as a result of the comments he's hearing here, and maybe come up with some suggestion solutions that we haven't thought of. Thanks. I'll set Bill.
Thank you, Ernie. Next on my list here is a member of Pemba. Joe, you're on the phone if you can hear us.
I can hear you, and I apologize that I finally got this. I had end up having to connect on the phone because for some reason the iPad Webex didn't update or something went on, and I was unable to, quite honestly, and I'm sad that I was not able to see the presentation, but I would like the opportunity to be able to sit down and maybe, go over this with, the gentleman who was presenting, to see, to get a better grip on what's here. I do think that it's important that we readdress that residential component. Maybe what should have happened at the beginning was that we should have started with a certain smaller percentage, and then once that percentage was built, then as the build out happened, we allowed it automatically had triggers to the next percentage of residential up until what we ultimately wanted to have as the maximum. So it didn't, we didn't get a big rush of people just pulling residential permits before the commercial got built out. So, maybe that component of it can somehow be, incrementally, put back in. So I wish I had, heard more of the presentation so I could comment more on it. But I will ask that I, be able to sit down and at least, get an idea from him and talk to him and find out what the plan is and maybe have some input that way.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. We'll toss it over to Member Spail.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris, thank you for the presentation. That was excellent, and I love the idea and theory behind it. I share the same concerns as Member LaRue is in that getting the buy-in of the property owners are a huge obstacle, and has always been an obstacle here in town. I think we'd all like to see a redeveloped, revitalized town center, but there's a huge elephant in the room that we've never been able to get around. My question is, how have other towns done it, and what have you seen with your experience with the MAPC? I mean, I'm sure this is not the first time something like this has happened. How have there been other creative ways that other towns have gotten to this end that we haven't seen or tried or heard about? Have you seen any other different ways to kind of attack it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some situations where it's the landowner themselves who are the ones really leading the charge, and the benefit to that approach is you're actually going to get a development when you're done if you actually adopt the zoning. The other approach, though, and I think this tends to be the better approach, is for the community to work on the zoning first. You clearly want to do something that's realistic, because incrementally it will happen. It might not happen as soon as you would like, but once it's sort of the framework, and it's the kind of coming attractions when you set the zoning for future redevelopment, because all property eventually is going to be redeveloped. It might take a long time. But I think what I have seen happen is if one project goes in and it's successful, that sort of can then spark that chain reaction so that others come in incrementally after. I think it tends to be better when it occurs on an incremental approach, because it feels more sort of realistic than when you see one big development that all goes in at once. I don't know if I have a sort of a better answer than that, but I do think the other aspect I would mention is that once the zoning is in place to allow for future development, that actually changes the investment potential of that property today, because even if it's not the existing landowner, they now might be realizing that they're sitting on a gold mine. And so maybe they don't have the expertise to redevelop themselves, but there might likely be a developer who would like to develop under that. But I think you need the zoning first.
Okay, thanks very much. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member
Yeah,
Spail. I'll just finish up with just one comment. I wonder if there's an opportunity, Chris, that you could work with us and help us work with Mass Dot on 3A on a lot of those opportunities you said with road diet. I think if you look at the center of town with regard to turning lanes versus the 4 lanes versus the 1.5 lane on each side of it, which is actually 1 lane, but people see it as 2. And that there could be opportunities for a turning lane and bike lane at the same time. Is there a way that you could help us in a couple of weeks to draft something up so it could work with MassDOT, so it'd be in their language and something that they would see as a benefit to what they're doing?
Yes, I'm not a transportation engineer by any means, so I'm just working from a very high level concept. But I think I think what would probably be helpful is say, this is what the goals are, and here are some ideas on what we think to achieve that, and that might be the first step to do
That'd be
that.
great.
I could include
Thank you.
that as part of this technical memo that Melissa was talking about.
Thank you. Staff, any other additional comments for Chris and Melissa?
Bill, I just had one more quick
Oh, sure,
comment,
John.
if I may.
I see Barbara, you also had a hand raised. Barbara, is that?
Oh.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Joe.
That was from before.
Yeah, so-
Sorry.
Okay, so just to address a little bit of it, I think, when Mike had brought up, the question was asked, how do other towns have done it? I think Burlington is, I mean, with my experience through the process, and I've been with it for about 30 years now, it's, Burlington is fairly unique and differs a lot from a lot of these other towns. A lot of the towns that we love, we all know the downtowns and we love the downtowns, were downtowns that were built, prior to really to the industrial revolution for the most part. They were built before, the assembly made cars, and and the 50s when everybody started driving cars, and that's when Burlington Town Center was built. The other ones were built they were pedestrian friendly from the beginning. Burlington was more vehicle friendly just because of the era that it got developed. And so, a lot of these, it was a lot easier for the ones, these towns that we really love, like the Lexingtons, and Lexington actually had a big fire at one point in time where they actually redeveloped a lot of the downtown all at one time. But the Lexingtons, the Woburns, the Winchesters, they were all actually pedestrian friendly downtowns prior to, they were developed under a different era. So Burlington's kind of unique that, there's not a lot of towns in that situation where we totally need to, completely change the whole vibe of the downtown from a vehicle friendly downtown to a pedestrian friendly downtown. So it's not, short of, and a lot of the towns that are redeveloping their downtowns are creating downtowns, I should say, like the Readings of the world and the, Stonehams of the world. The towns are actually purchasing land. They're purchasing land and creating, commons and creating green spaces and things like that in their downtowns, and then developing around it. So every town is a little bit different, and I think that's what Burlington is somewhat unique, and it's a little more challenging than some of these towns are, to be able to do it the right way. And then you have towns that are even more challenging than that, like the Wilmingtons, that really don't have a downtown. So they and like, Reading was the same way. They really didn't have a downtown. They had to develop a downtown. So they ended up having to purchase land and do a lot more to create the kind of downtown that we're looking for. But anyway, that was just a little bit of side note on, to address some of the points that were brought up. But again, I agree with Bill. I think, if we can work with, or even, have the opportunity to sit down with and have some direct input into some of these and maybe some give and take, because we do have a lot of history on this. And, I think, Chris, I guess is his name, he's learning the history of it, but we lived the history of it. So, we may be able to, even help out with a lot of that piece, and how we got to where we are, and, and how we feel like we can get to where we need to be. Might be, we may be a little more insightful into that to get that plan ultimately done. But I think he's right. It's incrementally. It's, unless you plan on, one point in time, I guess National Development had a plan that they were going to try to buy the whole downtown center when Harold Dulong was here years ago, and National Development actually walked the whole downtown. They were going to buy the whole downtown, but it never came to fruition. They would have developed the whole thing all at one point in time. They would have been the owner, but that never came to to reality. So so we're dealing with now having to piecemeal and things like that. So, again, just addressing some of the points and showing some of my interest in maybe sitting down and trying to work through some of the the pitfalls of the obstacles here. So,
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
And
I
that's
think what I'm hearing is that we're at the end of this program. I think would have been a good opportunity to meet with Chris beforehand, have him do his thing, and then meet him afterwards. So, does anybody have a good idea of what time we have left with Chris until the program's completed on his side? When you kind of done with this, Chris, what's your
Yeah, unfortunately, the funding that we have, we're kind of on borrowed time now, so we just have until the end of the end of this month. So there's not much time. I certainly, to the extent that anyone's available to speak between now and the next few weeks, I would love to hear more of your insight. And again, hopefully this is just a springboard for future work as well, for really doing this right.
When did you start, Chris?
Well, Melissa and I have been working for a while now, that was really intent on just engaging with the landowners, and that kind of finished, but we had a little bit of extra funding at MAPC, and so I was looking for some creative opportunities on what to do with that, and so it's really just the last couple of weeks that we realized I could use some of that to kind of try and assist.
Let me be a bit more specific. When did you start it with Melissa? What time frame? When you said a while now, what does that mean?
I think we started probably a year ago, but it's been touch and go, Bill. So, through COVID, we met with the property owners online.
Okay, it's fine. Okay, I get it. Yeah. So why don't we maybe just as a recommendation, just how things work in the outside of government, and kind of how the wheels of government go like that. In the future, if you have one of these, downtown type of things, maybe meet with the board before you engage with Chris or whoever you're going to work with, and then catch us in a mid-range and maybe in the end range. I think coming back with a couple of weeks left is really good, because you see how long we're spending on the subject. I didn't interrupt anybody because this is a very important subject. But I think if we can kind of catch it beginning, middle, end, maybe even, if we have subcommittees on it from the planning board, even better as we go along. I think we can, learn as we go along with these things. But thank you very much. Staff, any additional comments?
I think I'd just like to add, I mean, this is still a springboard in that with, these initial findings, Chris will, kind of end at least the time he has on
Mhm.
the pilot program with the technical memo. But then with that technical memo, we plan to apply to MAPC's what they call TAP program. It's a technical assistance program. That's where you get into the details, and we would definitely engage the planning board as that kind of becomes, comes to fruition once we have the funding for that.
Excellent. Thanks, Melissa. Staff, any comments? Thank you.
So thank you, Bill. So,
Yeah.
just in terms of, we haven't been as involved in kind of where that vision of kind of where we're going to go in terms of, and that's why I mentioned kind of looking at this as a form-based code, because where Joe is making the comment of kind of where this was developed, it's not exactly the form that we would probably dream of today. And just how do we look at that from a zoning perspective in terms of putting in place the regulatory framework to meet that goal? Not changing anything immediately, but thinking about what's next. So I look forward to working with Melissa on this next phase of kind of understanding that piece. And I agree with everyone that we'd like to be part of the discussion, and especially as we're really looking at the town center committee and what is it and how do we reform. And I know Melissa's working with the selectmen, and I'm working with you guys to try to figure out what that continues to be. And I know member Cavino brought it up at the last meeting, and it's important to everyone. And it was one of the first big projects I did in Burlington, and that was 19 years ago, but or too long ago, but maybe not 19, but I think it's definitely ripe for kind of 2.0 in terms of what's next, and I look forward to figuring this out with all of you.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to thank Melissa and Chris for their time tonight. And again, we spent a lot of time on it, but on a very important subject. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to continuances. See if we can move the meeting along a little bit faster here. Continuances, we have a lot of items here to be continued this week's agenda. Any motions out there for, looks like 7B?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to take item 7B out of order for discussion purposes.
Second, Ernie.
Motion and second, we'll do roll call.
Chairman Gaffney, Vice Chairman Gaffney.
Yes.
Member Clerk Raymond is gone. Member Covino.
Yes,
Member Espejo.
Yes.
Member and Pemba.
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Okay. Then we are going to, item B was a petition to amend the zoning map to add a sign district for the town center. That's what B was. Do I have another motion?
I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of February 3rd, 2022, as requested by the applicant in an email dated December 2nd, 2021.
seconded.
Mike.
Okay, motion is second, and we'll do another roll call.
Vice Chairman Gaffney.
Yes.
Member Covino.
Yes,
Member Espejo.
Yes.
Member Impemba.
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to make a motion to take item 7K out of order for discussion purposes.
Seconded by Mike.
Motion second, roll call, please.
Chairman Gaffney. Vice Chairman Gaffney.
Yes.
Member Covino.
yes,
Member Espejo.
Yes.
Member Impemba.
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Okay, this is for a continued public hearing, application for approval of a definitive subdivision plan for 4 Redmond Street, Murray Hills Incorporated, the applicant. Motion,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of January 6th, 2022. And further, the planning board agrees to mutually extend the statutory deadline to file the decision subdivision Form S to January 13th, 2022.
Second.
okay, motion second, roll call.
Vice Chairman Gaffney.
Yes.
Member Covino.
yes,
Member Espejo.
Yes.
Member Impemba.
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Okay, another motion, please.
I'd like to make a motion to take item 7L out of order for discussion purposes.
Seconded.
Second.
Vice Chairman
motion-
Gaffney.
Yes.
Member Covino.
yes,
Member Espejo.
Yes.
Member Impemba.
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
This is for a continued public hearing, application for approval of site plan up there at 15 Adams Street. That was Senate Construction, the applicant. Their motion.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of January 6th, 2022, as requested by the applicant in an email dated November 29, 2021.
second,
Motion is seconded. Roll call.
Vice Chairman Gaffney.
Yes.
Member Covino.
yes,
Member Espejo.
Yes.
Member Impemba.
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, folks. All right, for citizens' time, if there's anyone in the audience member in the hearing room out there on the internet land who wishes to speak, please identify themselves, and we'll let you come up and talk. Again, anything that's not on the agenda. Staff?
I'm not seeing anybody in the chat or in the participants with their hands raised.
Ready, if you can unmute.
We do have an audience in the main hearing room, but they are all here for agenda items, so.
Thank you very much, Brady. Okay. Announcements.
Sure. So Burlington tree lighting is happening December 5th at 4 o'clock p.m. That's happening on the town common. The Sculpture Park Subcommittee is happening on December 7th at 8:15 a.m. Zoning Bylaw Review Committee is happening December 8th at 6:30 p.m. via Zoom. Christmas holidays just around the corner. Town office will be closed on December 24th. And for New Year's, town offices will be closed on December 31st.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other members have comments this evening? Looks like Barbara has her hand raised.
Very quickly, I wanted to let everyone know that the Sculpture Park Committee is planning another event at the Sculpture Park on Saturday, December 18th. It is going to be a holiday concert and sing-along starting at 11 a.m. and I hope you all can come.
Great, thank you, Barbara. Anyone else from a staff or any of our members? Okay, we'll move on. Legal notices of interest, none. Non-approvals, none. Administrative matters, there aren't any. Matters of appointments. All right, ready to rock? we go, Matt's appointment, we have public hearing. We have a petition to amend the zoning bylaw, Article 2, definitions, Article 6, Article 4, use regulations, and Article 7, general regulations, to define and regulate retail, commercial, recreation, retail, entertainment, and education, and experiential type uses. That's submitted by the select board. Okay. And let's see, the proposed amendments to Article, let's see, should I read these or where am I at with this? Like,
You don't need to read the article itself. Melissa has a presentation put together, I believe.
Okay.
Or, and if you want to share, or if you want Liz or Brady to share, we were happy to do that. Just let us know.
this is just the new information because we've seen this before, right?
Yeah, if you remember at the last meeting, Melissa had to step out briefly, so there were a couple things that I wanted her to fill in the gaps
Okay,
that
Briefly then,
I
thank
wasn't
you.
able to cover. So
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Gaffney, and Kristen. I will try to share my screen. Sorry, it might take a second. A bit different. Oh my God, I'm blanking. Are we on modernizing retail uses, correct?
yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
yes.
So as Melissa's bringing that up, I just wanted to
Okay.
say, so we have started certainly started discussion on this. The print warrant does have to be submitted by December 17th, 19th, one of those 2 days. So this is your last meeting before the print warrant. You do have 2 additional meetings before the actual town meeting, but we wanted to make sure specifically that if there's any kind of text concern that you may have, to really focus on that. And we do have a vote ready for you if you are so inclined to do so, which can help us advertise, your vote within some of the backup, print backup.
Yeah, I know.
All
Just
right,
want to.
we can have someone mute.
How did you see that? Did you see him?
Let's see, that might be.
How did he
Liz
know?
can
Is he
try to
there?
mute. But anyway, yeah, if you are so inclined to vote, we can get
Oh.
that off our agenda this evening, but focus
Is
specifically
that the request for
on
the
kind of
whiteboard?
language and wording before the print warrant is what I guess I would ask in both this,
Okay.
on all the articles themselves. Thanks. Melissa, take it away.
Thank you, Kristen. Chairman Gaffney. So this is part of the continued public hearing for the modernizing retail uses. The majority of this presentation we reviewed, and we reviewed it also with the zoning ZBRC zoning bylaw review committee,
Yeah.
as well as the land use representatives from the land use committee, the 2 additional board or committees that are related to land use. For the most part, we have received very little input. I think we got some technical word changes from Sherry from the ZBRC. But substantively, there was a general agreement. I think the one thing that came up was concern around if this is allowing a Dave and Buster's type of use. So the one thing that is controlling this is the size. So and the discretion on any alcohol permit would be through the selectmen. But the Dave and Buster's that had come in the past was kind of large in scale. It was 40,000 square feet plus. Most of these would require anything that was larger than 20,000 square feet would require a special permit. So what we are trying to do is stay pretty just relevant in terms of our amenity hub. And we've gotten a good response from not only from the business community, from the chamber, but also from the ZBRC in terms in the last planning board meeting that we were trying to keep us kind of competitive in this realm. So I don't know if these are things that you've already seen, but I just wanted to kind of go through them in case you had any questions. You want me to go through them slowly again?
That's fine. I think if the same slides before, I think we'll just go to the staff. Any comments to the staff, then we'll go around to the members.
No, as I mentioned, as Melissa mentioned, just been working on, really small editing. There was a duplicate sentence initially when we put it out that we removed, and just to remind folks that it is the 20,000 and under, or yeah, if you go back to the definition itself, by right and over 20,000, that it would be by special permit. So those larger uses that did raise some concern, make sure we have that oversight. Not that necessarily they raise a lot of concern. It was just, what is that impact? But again, as Melissa said, that these are the type of uses that are very much going in to diversify retail. And it's one of the places that we do have the most archaic kind of language of dance halls and bowling alleys and other things that just don't really resonate with the uses that are actually coming in today. And that's why we're looking at modernizing them, and as the title says.
Thank you. Maybe I can call on Miss Ellis if you have any comments. I know you're here. Sherry? Not, I'll go to all the board members. Thank you, Sherry.
Thanks, Bill. Can you hear me?
And loud and clear.
Oh, thanks. I'm actually on the road, so I don't have I'd sent some documents to Kristen and Melissa with some comments as far as that goes, and I don't have those in front of me because I'm on the road. But generally, as they stated, the ZBRC is in favor. I just had some kind of grammatical and ordering of the definitions and things like that I forwarded on.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'll go around to the board members. If there's any comments, first on my list is, again, let me go backwards in time here. So it's fair. I will bring up, who is there? I think it's Mike. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No real comments, just to state my support. I'm in favor of anything that updates and diversifies our uses in the retail sector. Anything we can do to help that out would be great. So I'm definitely in favor of it, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Member Impemba?
No comment at this time, no.
Thank you. Member Cavino?
Just a little clarification from staff. Obviously, a use of this type, if it was new construction, would still require site plan approval. And if it wasn't, it would just be issued a building permit. Am I correct? If it wasn't new construction.
So if you had new construction, it would definitely be site plan. If it was something like a tenant space inside the Burlington Mall and it was under 20,000, it would be a by right use. However, if it was over that, it would require a special permit by this board.
Okay, thank you. I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Member LaRue?
Just to clarify something that Kristen said, so if it was under 20,000 feet, but not in the mall, some other location downtown or along the Mall Road or along Middlesex Turnpike, it again would be by right, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
If
I
it's,
just want
if
to
it's going in
clarify.
an existing space, well, even if you
Yes.
had new construction with a site plan, but the site plan you would see. But if it was going in to another location, existing location under that threshold, yes.
It's for,
Okay.
but
However,
only.
I do want to voice though that we are going to see a lot of these things with associated food and beverage, and that associated food and beverage as a principal use wouldn't be considered. It wouldn't be this with that had food, and so that would need to come to you.
Okay, I in general, I'm in favor. The only thing I'm questioning is I'm wondering about parking for these types of uses, because I don't know what the parking requirements, how that would differ from regular retail or restaurant. So I not right now, but in the future, I'd like to learn a little bit more about that. Thank you.
So
Thank
as a
you,
quick answer, if your food and
Ms. Dahl.
beverage is the restaurant parking, and then the other space would be a general assembly type calculation. But if it was bowling, you wouldn't count the actual alley, but that other space.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member LaRue. The only comment I would have, just for example, walking down the downtown Plymouth, Massachusetts the other day, we're down there for the parade, and they had one of those axe throwing places that was right downtown. So I would think that would be something similar that we're thinking about here. They typically allow alcoholic beverages there, which is kind of a bad combination, but that's, Melissa, that's kind of the kind of thing we're thinking about maybe here.
That would be something that would be allowed, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Which I'm not opposed to. But I just kind of, those type of new interesting entertainment things. And if we can get them downtown, the better, because I think you probably see those go into maybe to Third Ave or places where we would say if we can bring people into downtown with those things, like Plymouth. If you've been down to Plymouth, they have local places, they have the entertainment places, they have the coffee shops, kind of maybe one of those benchmark places that we can go to. But again, like Member Pemmon said, those are old towns with the street front right there in front of you. So may I have a motion on this? Close the public hearing motion? Anyone?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing on this matter.
Second,
Motion second, roll call?
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes,
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Is there another motion?
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to recommend favorably on the petition to amend the zoning bylaw Article 2, definitions, Article 4, use regulations, and Article 7, general regulations to define and regulate retail, commercial, recreation, retail, entertainment, and education and experimental type uses submitted by the Select Board.
second,
Okay, motion second, roll call, please.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
yes,
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
yes,
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is a public hearing, a petition to amend the zoning bylaw, Article 2, definitions, Article 4, use regulations, Article 8, overlay districts, and Article 10, miscellaneous and special regulations to define and regulate outdoor seating and place-making uses submitted by the Select Board. Staff?
So with this, again, there was definitely questions about the article and especially the process and the guidelines associated. And that was the piece that I could not fill you in at the last meeting that specifically asked Melissa to focus on at this meeting to kind of give you that bigger picture of the regulatory package and oversight that is proposed here.
Okay,
And it was was implemented as part of previous temporary task force. So
Okay.
again, with that, I hand it over to Melissa.
okay, thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Chairman Gaffney. So this piece, as you may recall, again, continued public hearing, was in response to, a pandemic kind of approach to keep people safe that has taken on some new life in many communities. It's the outdoor seating and how to facilitate that without it being an onerous process, but to allow businesses, in particular restaurants, for outdoor dining. And we have, come through this. We've actually, in many ways, have piloted this through the task force under COVID. So we had established a task force, and I will show you a little bit more of what the process is. But just wanted to, review here why we're doing this. We've also seen through many communities that have been part of, economic development and planning regional groups that are all trying to figure out their best way to accommodate this outdoor seating. And the recommendation coming from the state, we have like the dining toolkit that is recommending exactly what we're doing. Facilitating the process, having kind of an administrative review of the outdoor dining, and still keeping it safe with using the guidelines that we initially have, but we can also modify. So I think what I'd like to do is share with what the review process is. So under what we're proposing here, we're saying an application would come in. It would follow the outdoor seating guidelines. We've already had planning board and select board adopt a set of guidelines, but that was for COVID. So any amendments to that would obviously require planning board and select board to approve those amendments for the guidelines. But that's what we have. I think I sent it to everyone. If you don't have a copy, I can resend it to you. Then, so the application would come in and we have an online system for it. Sorry. The task force that's made up of planning, police, building, fire, and health reviews it for input, solicits input from, in this case, Kristen would solicit it from the chair. Buildings reviewing it for code, fire is reviewing it for safety, health is reviewing it for, just in terms of access to food and keeping things safe that way. So this, with that consideration, with that input, the building inspector would approve or deny the application. And that's, kind of the process that we've have been using, and we would like to continue using under this proposal for the bylaw. Zoning, we shared this at our last meeting. We've reviewed, I've gotten some notes from the ZBRC as well, which I'd like to review with you. Because in general, I feel like there has been a support, there's an interest in supporting the businesses for, economic benefits for the businesses. It creates kind of optionality for their customers. Usually this happens during, the nicer weather. And then it also creates kind of this community benefit where you have the enlivening the spaces around our commerce, that kind of people the activation invites and is more of a welcoming space and area. So with that, the ZBRC had sent me some notes as well. I want to share those with you as well. That they've heard, they understand that, safety is important. And that though, the building codes and the fire codes kind of ensure that that will still be safe. Jersey barriers can be ugly. Yes, they can be a little bit more attractive, and we can improve that through the application process. They can send us pictures of their barricades, and then we can ensure that, it's not just, plastic wiring or whatever it might be, that it's not only safe by police standards, but, we would review it for, its design viability, I guess. The other thing was specify near, like kind of where things are located. And then we want fairness when it's in an area that have multi-tenants. So those were the main issues that kind of we heard. That all can be addressed in the guidelines. So these are the guidelines we have now. I had sent planning staff red-lined guidelines that we could review with a planning board. Currently we have, that's the online application, and these are pictures of things that you've seen in town during COVID. So with that, the other concern I did hear was about timing. So we had said it should be temporary, but we said with 3 years, like it's temporary, but once you got an approval, you would have 3 years. So there was a lot of concern about that. So I think what we could do is reduce that time to maybe a 1-year renewal process. Just so you know, the concern about reducing the time is that there might be hesitancy on the investment from, let's say the restaurant owner, to invest in better quality outdoor seating because they're not sure if it would be renewed the following year. But I think we could probably work with that if we can outline, and have high standards from the beginning. So that's kind of where we are today on this.
Okay, well, thank you, Melissa. Let's start again from, I don't know if Miss Ellis wants to say anything. Why don't you stand by, Miss Ellis, to keep on driving, but just be aware we'll call on you in a second if you have a notion there. Let's start on the opposite way again with Member LaRue.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you said reducing to 1 year with renewal, exactly what does that mean? Who would renew? Who would approve the renewal?
The application would need to come in again
To whom?
to the task force.
Okay, that's where I object. I think I understand the need to be able to move quickly for these businesses, especially during COVID. COVID's not going to last forever, though, and there's a reason why these businesses come to the planning board. There are things that we look at that that the task force doesn't look at, and there are things that we would require that are not required in an emergency situation. So I understand the need for quick action, and I think that 1 year is reasonable, but after 1 year, I think they need to come to the planning board. And if they are concerned about making that kind of investment, which I understand, they have the option to come to the planning board right away from the beginning and delay that investment until the planning board process is completed. And it's not an extensive process. We do our best to move things through as quickly as possible. So while I could support this for 1 year, I would not support a renewal by the task force. I think at that point, they should come to the planning board. Thank you.
Thank you, Member LaRue. Next up is Member Covino.
Oh,
Hello, Ernie.
thank you. Good question. A question for Barbara. You said they could come to the planning board. Is this, maybe Barbara and Kristen, is it actually allowed now? Could somebody come to the planning
Outdoor
board and
seating?
ask for outdoor seating space in,
Chairman,
say,
yeah.
the town center?
Are you talking just about, this isn't just about the town center, though.
No,
No,
this is
I
this
know.
is everywhere, and anyone can amend their special permit for a restaurant or fast order food to add outdoor seating, and we've gone through it similar with the most recent was Tavern on the Square when it became a permanent
Okay, right,
structure.
right.
So
I'm sorry.
I think
Okay.
Melissa's talking a little bit more of the less permanence and permanent structures. When you look at actually building an outdoor patio with permanent structures and other things in the ground, I think we're talking more of coming to the planning board. This is a little bit more informal. And Melissa, if you want to elaborate on that a little bit more in terms of what this is and what it isn't. When you look at the tavern and they built a whole deck, and that's permanent, and that would go, I mean, they did in COVID have that. They ended up building it more permanent, and then they came to us. So Melissa, if you can talk about kind of the more temporary-ish aspect of this, temporary portable aspect of it.
Right. So this is just to allow a certain number of seating. As again, I'd use the word optionality. It's really for customers, the restaurants, to accommodate these requests and have that flexibility, on a day when it's 72 degrees and there's interest in hanging out outside, to allow for that. And usually it's not as consistent because we don't have obviously a consistent building footprint for every storefront, but often it's on the sidewalks adjacent to the building. And occasionally it has been in a couple spots that we've had parking spaces utilized, and that's where there's a barricade used, but they're all temporary in nature. Anytime there would be construction or building, that would trigger a special permit amendment.
Okay, just a follow-up, Mr. Chairman, if I could. Then from a business point of view, at least if I was owning the business, it kind of makes sense, the 1 year. So all I have to do is file for a permit and get approval from the
Task
Task
force.
the committee, outdoor seating committee, whatever, the task force.
Mhm.
And so that gives me the opportunity to try it out, see how many people I attract, see what it happens.
Mhm.
And then if that works, I think I would be, if I was a business owner, would be willing to spend the money to come to the planning board and say, hey, you know, this worked. But I think a nice patio floor, a wood floor, and some more permanent type barricades would work. So I think this 1 year thing would be good for both parties, actually. That's,
Thank
I'm
you.
all set, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member Covino. I see Mr. Spale here, Member Spale.
I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see a member in Pembroke anymore. Is he?
I'm here.
There you go. Okay, Joe, any comments?
Yep. So, a couple of things. I do believe the 1 year is, I feel like the 1 year is more sufficient. If you think about the reason this was done to begin with, it was more because, the accommodation, they had to move tables apart from each other. So they were actually they were probably only able to put a third, maybe 25% of what the normal capacity within the restaurants themselves. You could only accommodate about 25%, which means, if you moved some of the tables outside, you've now moved it up to 50% or whatever space you utilized on the outside. Didn't change any parking requirements and things like that. As much as I would like to see all of it permanently outside, I would love to see, permanent dining outside in every restaurant. I just feel like that is the kind of feel I'd like to have in the town. And the question comes up is that if we no longer have the restrictions of COVID and you fill the inside of the building and now you're filling the outside of the building, was that, that 1 year, we do it and it's manageable. We can say, like, yeah, the parking wasn't an issue, things like that. But if you do it for 3 years and the planning board doesn't have another shot at looking to see if that, as using it as a test period to see if it actually worked, then, I think that the task force themselves, I'm not sure that that's, they're going to be looking at it with the same criteria in their minds about, of whether it should be extended or not extended. So I feel like I think it's been expressed, and I kind of agree with that with Barbara and, Ernie and the people that have spoken before this. I would like to see it again after a year.
Okay.
Because things are going to change, and, I'm not sure we're necessarily going to go back to 6 feet apart and, 25% capacity in buildings and things like that. But I would like to see these things become permanent. So it would allow the planning board to, if these people, if the restaurants felt like it was beneficial and it was lucrative and it helped their business out, then let's make it permanent. And let's make it permanent under the right conditions and under the right criteria that we make sure there's sufficient parking and sufficient protection and, sufficient everything in order to make it permanent. But I guess that's a long-winded answer of, I think the 1 year is better.
Okay,
Come back
thank
to
you.
the planning board.
Thank you, Member in Pemba. As I would say, this is Bill. I would say I agree with that 1 year. I think from a cost standpoint, if you're talking about the Jersey barriers, you can rent them, right? And you can paint them fairly cheaply. I don't know if we can rent and paint them, but you might want to not paint them yet if you're just renting them. And then if it's something that's going to be permanent, you propose that and say, well, if you get the Jersey barriers, let's paint them and give us your design on that. If you're in town center, that would be something that might be palatable. But yeah, I would agree with that 1 year. Once you go beyond that, you're talking, upping with the task force. Wouldn't necessarily look at things that we would, from a long-term planning standpoint. Because if you're going to continue to re-up that on a yearly or 3 basis, that's just basically permanent. And then people forget about it and away we go. I did note that, Sherry, if you're still driving, if you want to comment on this at all. No?
Sure, I'm actually not driving. I'm in the car though, so it's okay.
Okay, all right.
I just a couple of things that I won't add on to what the planning board members have said, but one of the things I think last time people questioned the use of, or the term of near, how the defined term of near the building was one, and another definition I think I would like to know better about is you're talking about restaurants, but it's also about placemaking activities. What is an activity? What all would be allowed?
Okay, staff or Melissa? So we're talking about two things. What does near mean with regard to?
For me, that goes specifically actually into a question I was going to ask Melissa as well as the larger group. There's situations where we have temporary seating within the property itself that the restaurant and our place is on. And then we have secondary to that areas that are adjacent to, as Melissa mentioned, maybe in a parking lot that's a shared parking lot among many different uses. And or even if we look at Third Ave in the roadway itself. So therefore, in terms of that temporary permanent, there are things that if it's on like Tavern on the Square, it's on its site, they control it, they can make it permanent. But then there's other areas where the permanence there's conflicting, or it's in public space, or it's in other areas that to Sherry's question about placemaking, and you look at what Melissa was able to achieve in the pocket park downtown and that kind of area and having that active area. And I think one of the things that we're trying to do and achieve is, yes, have specific individual businesses have more outdoor seating, but also encourage gathering spaces themselves, like the pocket park that she's put in, and using areas like the seating in front of True North, where that's not True North space specifically, but it's more common space among the plaza. And how do we want to allow that where we know it can't be permanent? Who has a special permit? And is it space that we do want to reclaim back in the wintertime for parking spaces? So when we talk, I think there's kind of two categories of try it for 1 year, then come in permanent with the planning board, and then areas where it kind of evolves and moves into this kind of more placemaking thing. So I don't know, Melissa, you have kind of a more definitive answer to that, but I'm just trying to think about in terms of comfort with the planning board. I totally get it, and I think it makes a lot of sense for the year and then have it be permanent. But I think there are exceptions to that in terms of certain things that we're trying to achieve under that placemaking umbrella that is kind of non-permanent in nature, and that's what makes them kind of fun and exciting. So I'm not sure how we want to handle something like that.
Well,
Melissa, you have a follow-up.
Thank you. In terms of the placemaking, to Sherry's question specifically, of the 40 requests, I think we had two, I have to look back, that had requested to do outdoor fitness, whether it was yoga in the parking lot or yoga on the lawn. And so that again kind of is the kind of fun and fresh stuff that we'd like to see. When it's activated like that, it draws your interest, and we want to allow that. So to make a space that would allow that for people, and during kind of, again, seasonally for the good weather. And part of what we've heard from the business community is that when it's a special permit, there's the costs, and oftentimes not only just for the permit itself, which I don't have the right cost, but I think it's about $1,500. Then there's any legal fees. So then it becomes, if it's a small, insignificant amount, they opt not to do anything like that. So we eliminate those opportunities for them. And so what we're trying to do is create a space for them to seasonally, create not only a space for some activity, and that's what I said, activity, because I wanted to keep it a little flexible for some creative ideas that are outdoors. But in particular, the primary use through all this had been the outdoor seating and dining. You'd obviously need, if it was appropriate, the liquor license number and any changes at the state level. They're working on things too currently to continue with the outdoor dining piece of service. But for us, it's really how we can allow it and facilitate it in an easy way for folks. And I think the task force has done a good job. The guidelines, what have to be amended and approved by both the select board and planning board, can control things like maintenance, logos on the umbrella, or eliminating those. So I think that in terms of the approach with a year-to-year renewal through the task force, it allows input from the planning to the planning director, and still allows for that creativity and the economic benefits from this type of activity.
Okay, thank you. So I guess you're staying in the position of the year-to-year task force approval for 3 years, or what's your current position, and then we can vote on that.
Okay, so the recommendation would be an application that goes to the task force and that's renewed on a year-to-year basis.
Mhm.
And if there was any structural, anything that's, beyond a season, that would go in a structured way, just like Tavern on the Square, the decking, for example, it would be a special permit amendment, and it would go to the planning board for site plan review.
Okay, so is that all defined in this? Probably have to look over this again, because I know you guys are rushing to get this out again. So I'm concerned that what you're proposing has got some caveats in there that I'm not sure the definitions are in there. So I
Okay.
think if you want to vote on that today, with that type of language, I got to be honest with you that without taking a bit more of a breather in time, some additional definitions, I would be concerned about how it would be currently placed to town meeting. So I think if you were to be okay with the 1 year, and then anything above the 1 year, from what I'm hearing from the planning board staff, we can vote on that. Then that I think sounds a little more favorably, at least to at least a couple of people here, perhaps. When you talk about the activities, I understand how that might be cost prohibitive once you get into after 1 year. Is there a way that the task force thought about maybe doing a different cost structure or schedule for that? So like your yogas and your activities, things like that, that wouldn't be necessarily all that permanent. You're thinking of doing it on the lawn, that's fine. But for something like a restaurant that has to put up, bollards or jersey barriers, that's going to be, something different versus the activity.
Can I,
So,
can I say something?
who's that? Barbara? Yeah, Barbara, go ahead.
I think the activities are inherently temporary, so that's not going to extend past the 1 year deadline. And I'm okay. What I'm concerned about is things that last longer than a year. And the Pocket Park is a perfect example. I think it's wonderful. I think that's great what you did there. But if it were to become permanent, there would be things that the planning board would probably require that are not there right now, starting with a crosswalk. So things like that, we think about and we are looking at, and it's not necessarily something that the task force would have required. So I understand it. I want this to move forward, but I want it to end at a year. And then sometime in that year, the business, if it's successful with this venture, comes to the planning board and makes it permanent.
Wouldn't Barbara, wouldn't the Pocket Park be an activity?
Well, they have activities at the Pocket Park. So I don't know, is it a park or is it the activity was temporary. The yoga is an activity, it's temporary. So I'm not
The
as
park
concerned
itself
about that.
is more structured. Yep. Okay.
Yes.
I get you. Yep.
So
So
I'm on board for 1 year.
mhm. So if we can do a couple different things, we can either vote on that being up to 1 year on the task force, or after the 1 year going to the planning board, depending on what the applicant wants to put before us with an amended article that would go published. So
So, Mr. Chair, the option also is, I mean, as I mentioned, it will go to print by the 19th. It seems like a few of you really do want to figured this out a little bit more. We we could have some sort of subcommittee meeting potentially before that print deadline. Today's only the 2nd. However, you will not vote on it until the earliest in terms of June 6th, which is not, I mean, it's not
January 6th, yeah.
totally, sorry, January 6th. It's not really detrimental. It helps to get things voted is just to get the message and get things out and have the other committees vote. But if if you're a yes or no vote, I don't want to, and it's something that I think we can still discuss, especially with some of the other boards that may want to attend something like that. I don't want
Yeah,
to.
I wouldn't propose that. I see how this stuff goes all the time. I wouldn't propose that. So let's get a vote going here for January, because things get squeezed. You guys will come up and you need an immediate, and you need things written down and printed, and then things get changed as you do subcommittee stuff. So let's vote on what the applicant wants to propose to us, and we're going to either give you what you want to come to us with is a yearly with the task force, or if you're inclined to modify it with the planning board after a year.
Mr. Chair, could I just add one question? Bill?
What's the topic, Member Svale?
It's about the task force. Just want some clarification.
Okay.
To staff or Melissa, this task force, who would that consist of? There would be planning board representation, right? 1 or 2 members, or?
No.
The planning board staff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's the issue. So if it goes to planning board, right, like, yeah, okay. So let's move on this one a little bit, okay? So applicant, what are you proposing?
The recommendation would be a application that's renewed on an annual basis through the task force.
Okay. Anybody want to make a motion? Either favorably or unfavorably. Okay, nobody's making a motion. The applicant, would you like to make an amended submission to get a favorable or unfavorable vote?
No, not at
No.
this time.
Okay, so members, do we have folks that would like to make a motion one way or the other?
Can, Mr. Chairman, can I make a motion to continue this matter to the first meeting in January?
Yeah,
Given
so
the
what they
applicant.
have to do is they have to print this, Ernie, beforehand.
Yeah, that's,
First meeting in
I did,
January.
yeah, but that,
So if it gets printed, what happens is it's printed as done here. So we're voting something that's not going to be printed as what we may be voting on here.
If I may, Bill, I
which-
think what you're
which
hearing.
we've done on a few
Oh, sorry.
occasions.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I know, and that's the
Sorry, Bill.
problem. It's things, as I see here all the time, things get right up to close to where you have to go to
Yeah.
town meeting. It doesn't reflect what we did. This happened before at the last town meeting, if you recall, emergency meeting, re-voting, this type of thing. So let's get the vote as it's going to be printed.
Okay, my
Well-
motion is to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of January 6th.
May I hear from
Gets a second
Barbara
card.
had a comment before that?
Yeah, before we do that, I want to ask the chair and ask staff if I can make a motion to recommend favorably for 1 year, after which point it must come to the planning board.
Staff, can we do that?
So the planning board is making a recommendation to town meeting. So you're making a recommendation to say, I vote favorably and my condition, and you can add conditions with the
Mhm.
following condition. So
Okay.
you can certainly do that if you so choose, because that's exactly what it is. It's only a recommendation. It's not a be all end all vote. Town meeting makes
Okay.
that vote. So you're saying, I am in favor of this with this modification.
Okay.
So you certainly can do that.
May I make that motion, Mr. Chairman?
Hey, you sure you can?
I would like to.
Can I,
make-
before we do that, I want a clarification on that. We're able to do that? We don't, we're not, I mean, if we're presented with something, we don't just say, okay, we vote non-favorable. We can actually say we vote favorable, but change there?
That's what I
I'm
was
not
asking.
sure that
I think we've done it
I'm not
before,
sure that
Joe.
that's,
I can't recall on
Yeah,
what.
you have done that. You have modified things. You've added things. A lot of the times you add conditions. Especially when we talk about rezoning stuff and especially. in
Right, but that's
PDs,
not something, that's not a specific thing that they, and usually they'll agree with the conditions, but if they're not agreeing to amended conditions, how do we, aren't we forced to either say no or present our own thing, or,
Nope.
you know,
No,
or
you certainly can add it. This is the planning board's recommendation as a whole. If all of you agree, or enough, the majority of you agree to making a motion with, for only 1 year, then it will go as the petitioner wants it printed, and they make that change or not. And then when the moderator asks for what is the vote would say the planning board votes 5-0 with the following recommendation to town meeting, because it's a recommendation.
right, but wasn't part of it going to be, if it weren't worded that way, it was going to be for 1 year, and then it goes back to planning board for the second. So would we add that language, or would just say, no, we vote, but we're making one change, it's only for 1 year?
Yeah, you'll vote in favor if it's 1 year and then go to the planning board, is what I'm hearing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
do we add that language, then go to the planning board, or we just say we're voting in favor as long as with that one change that it's for 1 year? Or do we make
was Barbara's motion?
do we change their whole thing and say 1 year and then they come back to the planning board for the second year through the, or do we just
We're not the
add that
petition.
one
We're not
change?
we're not the petitioner, so we make the recommendation.
I
And
understand.
then town
I-
meeting
I
can decide
understand.
to take or leave, or someone can make a floor amendment to say, I want to
Well,
make a floor
you
amendment.
made my point. My point is that we're not the petitioner. So the petitioner is insisting on a certain language in front of us.
Mhm.
So if the petitioner is insisting on a certain language, I think it's up to us to vote it up or down, a recommendation up or down, right? Not amend it.
Chairman
I
Gaffney,
mean,
if I may.
Go ahead.
So the recommendation was in response to concerns around the time frame, because initially it was proposed that it would be renewed automatically for 3 years through the task force. So as it's written, it says, application, task force, upon approval, that's good for, kind of 3 years of, each summer.
Right.
So what I proposed was that the application still goes to the task force, but the approval would happen on an annual basis. If we saw it and the planning board, for example, saw something that was established and they didn't like it, it would go through the planning director and it would not probably get approved the next year.
Yeah,
Right, Melissa, you're taking this whole thing as an annual. There's no more 3 years. It's every year.
Right.
But to the task
Right,
force.
but what I'm understanding the planning board's asking, and I might be getting confused here, is after the one time to the task force, they cannot come back to the task force and ask for renewal. They have to go.
Correct.
That's correct. That's correct.
Right.
That's what
And
we're
so
asking.
that's-
That's what I'm asking for.
That's right.
Right.
So that's the
That's right.
recommendation I'm hearing,
Yes.
Barbara.
Yes.
But that doesn't sync with kind of the intentional amendment that I had made initially, which was the
I
year.
understand. So I guess the question to you, Melissa, is, and I'm not sure because but I'm just reading the tea leaves. I think if we vote on it the way you're proposing it, 1 year to be renewed by the task force for up to 3 years, it's probably not going to pass. That's why I'm trying to propose this, because I want to vote in favor of this, but I don't want it to be renewed annually by the task force. The purpose of this was to let businesses continue working during a pandemic to accommodate the need for outdoor seating and placemaking, all these other things on a temporary basis. I understand that. I support that. I think 1 year is temporary. And after 1 year, it needs to become permanent and it needs to come to the planning board, because we need to make sure that these things are safe, that they're aesthetically pleasing and mostly safe. But I think 1 year is enough. So I don't know about the rest of the board. I personally will vote for 1 year. If it's going to be renewed annually by the task force, I will not be able to vote favorably. And I understand what you're saying. There is somebody on the task force that represents planning. That's one person on the task force. So if one person on the task force, say Kristen, disagrees and the rest of the task force doesn't, it moves forward. So it's not, if the planning board doesn't agree, if they think there's something that needs to change, if we want a crosswalk or we don't think the barriers are appropriate, it could continue year after year after year, because the task force includes one person that's representing planning. So I want to support this, but I can't for more than a year. I'm sorry.
And to add to what Barbara said, just as another piece of it, is, you know, what we're doing by doing this is we're relaxing, you know, parking requirements. I mean, parking is based on the amount of tables, the amount of seats, right? There's a lot of things that are based, there's a lot of planning board decisions that are based on number of seats. So if you all of a sudden, nobody says under these circumstances, you can't triple the amount of seats, right? You could, I mean, foreseeably, I mean, or, you know, conceivably, you could quadruple the amount of seats, depending on how much space you got on the outside. So, you know, that needs to be looked at as one of the pieces of it, that, you know, there's sufficient parking as well. We're going to make sure that, you know, after 1 year, we're able to look at that and say, yeah, it wasn't a problem. The parking was sufficient. Everything was good. Or we look at it after a year and say, hey, the parking was a nightmare. You know, there's people parking in neighborhood streets, you know, in people's driveways and things like that. I'm willing to do that on a 1 year by 1 year basis, and not on a 3 year basis without the planning board being able to look at these things. You know, we have these bylaws for a reason, to protect neighbors, and a lot of these restaurants literally could be abutters of residential neighborhoods, and parking could become insufficient. I mean, hopefully it doesn't, most likely it isn't, but we don't know. These are some of the things that we don't know. The traffic patterns, are they going to be messed up by this, and all these things. And I'm not sure necessarily the task force is going to be looking at them under the same microscope as the planning board will be looking at.
So again, let's get this moving here. We spent a lot of time on this. We spent a lot of time on the last meeting. So again, with the applicant, your position is for the 1 year, for up to 3
Yeah,
years.
what do you want us
for
to
the
vote
annual-
on?
Yep.
Mitch?
Because sometimes what we put on here as the amended, as what's submitted as amended, which we can do here. Or, as Barbara's saying, we can vote favorably with conditions, which, you know, I think we prefer not to do. But if you're willing to work with us in here to modify that, I think you see a favorable vote.
Chairman Gaffney, you're asking me? I didn't understand the question.
To modify what we're going to vote on with regard to a single
So the
year task force
modification-
approval, and after that is a planning board, standard planning board approval.
Right, so the modification would, it's still a year renewal to the task force.
That's what you want us to vote on.
That's my recommendation, yes.
Okay.
So then I guess if there's not agreement with, then we would vote no on it as it stands.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I also just want to remind you to make sure you ask the public before.
Oh,
closing.
sure. Thanks. Sorry about that. Yeah, we were talking about that. Anyone
That's
from the
okay.
public want to discuss this?
This
Either-
is Sherry. I have a
Sherry?
question procedurally.
Okay, Sherry Ellis?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you want to introduce yourself for?
Sure, it's Sherry Ellis, speaking as a member of the zoning bylaw review committee. Just asking a question procedurally. So you're voting tonight on these articles because you need to have it as the correct text amendment for the print, for the warrant. Is that correct?
Steph?
Yeah.
We're voting on what is being presented here today. They will
Okay.
definitely print that.
Yeah, so Sherry, it's
So-
going to print on the 19th.
So
whether we
correct.
vote
So-
or don't vote. So that's all. We're just trying to get
Cor-
some consensus. But as I mentioned, we could continue. It's going to print anyway. So I think that's what they're trying to figure out.
Correct. So I just wanted to let you know that our meeting is next week. And so we have not reviewed the text of of this as a group yet. We were introduced to it and we had a little discussion on it. But as far as our group goes, we'll have a further discussion next week, and we may or may not recommend changing some of the text of this. So I just wanted to put that out there, that it seems like you're voting on, I realize for some reason or another, we have to have something in print and it has to be correct. But if that's the case, and we make any recommendations to change the text, I don't know whether you'll revote the amended text or not. Just putting that out there.
So what happens if it doesn't go to print and it gets withdrawn from January? When's the next one? September? So that we go past the next
May.
summer?
May.
We go to May. Okay. So there's an option there for everyone to, again, these things get rushed through. My poor experience with the last time one of these happens, that's why I'm a little bit pedantic on this one, to vote what we're gonna see, the town meeting's gonna see. Everybody's voting what to see, and Sherry, you guys haven't had a chance to look at it yet. It doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense to me that we have to vote on these this early in the process when it's just about getting something to print. That doesn't make any sense to me. It
Yeah.
hasn't made
It's
any
always
sense
last
to me.
minute. Whether that's done, intentionally or not, I'm sure it isn't, but what happens, if they get pushed to town meeting in May?
Can I ask Barbara what her motion was again?
Yeah, so let's hold off on that one, Ernie. So
Yeah, I haven't
we don't
actually made it.
vote.
I didn't
Okay.
finish it.
Okay,
So
I
maybe-
thought it was, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So maybe can we say,
We have a hand up,
we
Bill, from
abstain?
Sally Willard.
Yeah, maybe because we abstain it and say we're not gonna vote on this because we think it's, not in a position to be voted on. One of these things. So we have another person, you said from the public.
Sally Willard has her hand up.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay. Ms. Willard, could you introduce yourself, please?
if I may, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sally Willard, I'm a member of the Zoning Bylaw Review Committee. During all of this discussion, the text of the article has not been on screen, and I wonder if you could show that so that the audience might see it. And secondly, I agree with Mrs. Ellis about the process, because the ZBRC isn't going to vote until next week. I understand fully the desire to not set to print something that may not be voted on. But I would like just as many members would, like the proponent to consider what the impact is of the zoning board, the planning board, and or the ZBRC voting against the proposal, which everyone would like to see, all because you don't want to have to bring the person who has the temporary setup, you don't want them to have to come back before the planning board. And I think that's, I understand I understand you're wanting to streamline the process for them, but I think that you might face some pushback with that from the ZBRC, just as you have from the planning board, and that's
Okay.
that's my
Thank
2
you, Mrs.
cents.
Willard. Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Willard. Anybody else from the public?
I also just wanted to remind the board that the process with the planning board is required. If you don't close the public hearing, town meeting, and not that I'm not at all recommending this, I just was recommending continuance earlier just to try to get through a little bit more of this conversation. But if you don't close the public hearing, town meeting can't consider it. And if you don't
Am I the only one who can't hear Kristen anymore?
No, I can hear her. So
unless, I don't know, I think
I
it's
don't know
65
if everyone
days.
else heard that.
can you
have
repeat
passed.
that, Kristen? Can you
Oh.
repeat that from the beginning?
So I think this is a required process in the process to get to town meeting with the planning board. The planning board needs to take an action for it to send it to town meeting.
Ah,
And or I think, I don't know, a certain number of days have to pass after the close of the public hearing. If this remains open, which, you know, I don't think we should intentionally leave it open just because we don't want town meeting to vote on it, but just wanted to point out that this is a required process in the process to get to town meeting, that if the planning board doesn't conclude, and they can vote any way they want, but if they don't vote at all, town meeting, it doesn't get sent to town meeting.
okay.
Just reminding, as you were
No,
mentioning.
that's an excellent point. Thank you, staff, because if that's the case, and we're waiting for ZBRC to do their thing, you know, with input, because we respect that group, those are town meeting members, right? And what their input would be there. So if we don't close the public hearing, and it goes on to January 6th, that's when's January town meeting?
Town meeting's at the end of January, the
Okay.
20 something.
There is time probably after that.
Plenty of time.
You have two technical meetings.
Mhm.
I mean, if you did want to make a change, it would be a floor amendment for that change from the actual warrant itself. But I mean, your vote you still have time is my point. And if you don't vote at all, town meeting can't hear it.
Okay, so there is some leverage there. Okay.
So
Okay.
would the chair entertain a motion to continue this matter to January 6th?
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye. Oh,
Vice Chairman or Chairman Gaffney,
No.
Member Cavino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. On
Thank
to
you,
the
Chairman
next one.
Gaffney.
Oh, we had
Thank
some
you.
people in the public hearing, that was closing the public hearing? Right? No, that was a
Yeah.
continuation to the
That was
6th.
a continuation.
Okay, good. Okay. And now to public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a
So
motion.
Can I ask a clarification point? So if this does not get voted,
Right.
then the process is what for outdoor seating?
No.
Well, I think. Sorry, I jumped in before I had a formalized answer. So Melissa, are we still under any of the COVID temporary task force umbrella until April of 22?
April 2022, it expires.
Okay.
So from now until
So,
April
so after
2022.
April 22, they have to come to the planning board if they want outdoor seating,
Yes.
versus us allowing them 1 year to do it and then come to us afterwards.
Right.
Does she understand the repercussion if that doesn't get voted?
There's no fast track.
I mean, I'm not.
You don't get the year. You don't get the
You
temporary
don't
year.
get the year, right? You're not going to get the year. So if she's looking to expedite, she just shot it in the foot. I mean, I'm just making sure it's understood all the way around of what the repercussion of this not getting voted would be.
Okay.
Chairman Gaffney, do you want me to answer that or?
Yeah, no, if we don't, I think it's a rhetorical question. You're aware of that, so, and I think you're hearing what the board says, and there's some and from the ZBRC. And so I think what you're hearing from the majority of the elected members of town and some town member folks, what the preferred language would be. And that's multiple people here, and you can see the trade-off. I think you're intelligent enough to see that. So let's move on to C, public hearing, petition, implement zoning bylaw, Article 2, definitions in Article 8, sign regulations to define and clarify sign regulations submitted by the zoning bylaw review committee. This is it Miss Willard is providing input to that from the last time?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you, Chairman Gaffney. We have two fairly straightforward articles. I made my presentation at the last time. So if I can, I would just like to share the articles on screen.
thank you.
Oops, can you see my zoning article?
Yes.
Okay. This is, as I said before, we've spent the last almost 2 years talking about sign definitions and sign regulations. We still have some work to do on the regulations, but we have two other articles that that we're putting forth. The first one is Article 2 definitions. These are simply definitions that are related to signs, but they are not sign specific. We found in our discussions that in most cases, there wasn't anything adequate. The awning continuous is viewed as something that would be perhaps on the whole length of a building as opposed to on just one storefront. In our discussions, we decided that the building front is not the same as a storefront and should have a definition. There was the parapet, which you may not be very familiar with, but it's a definition that we felt was useful because we also have a sign that's signage definition related. And pedestrian scale. Pedestrian scale is often talked about, but it has not been defined in our bylaws. And that's Article 2, definitions. The other article is simply to provide a purpose to the signage regulations. And it simply describes what the purpose of the regulations are: to facilitate communication, to encourage signs that are harmonious with the buildings and the area in which they're located, and to protect public and private investments in buildings and open spaces, to support business vitality. As far back as at least 2008, there was a consultant brought in that recommended that a purpose be added to the signage to Article 13 for signs. And we're trying to do that now.
Great.
That's all I have for tonight.
Thank you. And we see the article up here. I'm going to just start off, if you don't mind. I see that you removed the definition of sign, which I thought, did you put that somewhere else, or are you going to provide in addition to the sign purpose, but have an additional definition of what a sign is? I think we've had issues with that over the years, where applicants have defined what a sign means.
I believe that the sign is defined in the general bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
And it's so we have a yes, I believe it's defined in the general bylaw.
Yeah, it's just as a specmanship issue. You don't want to have the same thing defined in two different places.
Right.
Best practice. So let's, and thank you very much for that presentation. We'll go to staff. We'll start with Member Españo.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you, Member Impemba.
No comment at this time, no.
Okay, Member Cavino.
All set, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Member LaRue.
I do not have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Remember to
Mr.
ask
Chairman,
the
I'd like
audience
to-
just in case.
Oh,
Okay, yep. Anyone in the audience? Thank you. Staff, anybody? Hands raised?
I'm
Not
seeing
that
no
I'm
one.
seeing, Mr. Chair.
I'm not seeing any either.
okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing on this matter.
Second,
Okay, we have a motion and second for the public hearing closing. Roll call, please.
Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Cavino,
Yes,
Member Espejo,
yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes,
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Okay, another motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to recommend favorably on the petition to amend the zoning bylaw, Article 2 definitions, and Article 8 sign regulations to define and clarify sign regulations submitted by the zoning bylaw review committee.
I'll second,
Okay, so we have a motion and second. All those in favor?
Chairman
Oh, roll
Gaffney,
call, sorry. Yep, thank you. Yes.
Member Cavino,
Yes,
Member Espejo,
yes.
Member Impemba,
yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Willard.
Thank you very much.
Okay, do I have a motion?
so
I'd like to items 7E and 7F together for discussion purposes.
second,
Second.
Okay, motion and made second. I think we have to do, this is a
Roll.
roll call for that?
Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Cavino,
yes,
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
So this is a continued public hearing, application for approval of special permit pursuant to 1.5.1 light manufacturing of the Burlington Corporate Center Plan Development District bylaws 10 Corporate Place. The Gutierrez Company is the applicant. And an item, let me go back here, this is going to be item F, is a continued public hearing, application for approval of special permit pursuant to 1.5.2A, laboratories engaged in research, development, experimental and testing activities in such fields as biology, chemistry, and medicine of the Burlington Corporate Center Plan Development District bylaws, 10 Corporate Drive. The Gutierrez Company is the applicant. Okay, who do we have here representing the Gutierrez Company?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Robert Buckley, Reamer and Broadstein. I have with me this evening Scott Weiss from the Gutierrez Company. For point of reference, this is the building on the corner next to Londana, 10 Corporate Drive. The PDD of which it resides was the first PDD done in Burlington, which was, I believe, 1986. It's been amended a few times, but the uses permitted that we're trying to seek a special permit for require the breadth of them was somewhat limited back then. So we've been meeting with the Board of Health over the last month or so, and last Tuesday evening, the Board of Health adopted or approved conditions unanimously supported this project. Basically, what we're seeking to do is to go to the marketplace with a building that has the permit for the use. We're not making any changes to the building. That's not to say in the future we wouldn't be back before the board if we find a user that wants to make changes. So that would require an amendment of the structure and the permits in place. But we're just going to the marketplace with the laboratory use and the manufacturing use, which is basically they're called GMP, small prototype type of manufacturing. It's not a major manufacturing facility. Without having that in your hand when you go to the marketplace, you're at a severe disadvantage in terms of attracting users. if a user is ultimately gained for the site, which by the way is vacant or soon will be vacant, then there's little interest in this industry to spend the time to explore getting the permit at that point in time because there are other opportunities. That being said, it's important that which Burlington has put a lot of time and effort through their Board of Health, developing very comprehensive regulations, and we've met with them, and as I said, they approved their conditions, which are embodied in, will be embodied in the special permit for this. So any user that comes in, the first stop is to go to the Board of Health, comply with their regulations and protocols, and which are fairly extensive. And those are in addition to any national or federal and or state regulations that a user would have to adhere to. I don't know if anyone on the board had the opportunity today. There was a New England Real Estate Journal in conjunction with Middlesex 3 did a webinar with the the current and the prior 2 secretaries of economic development, as well as Bob Coughlin, who was the prior head of Mass Biotech. And they essentially outlined what I just said, which is necessary. But they also focused a lot on what Burlington has done without, this was not targeted at Burlington, but in terms of infrastructure, the zoning attractiveness, and all the things that Burlington has done over the last 5 or 6 years that are now coming to fulfillment. They were touting as the way that this industry can grow, prosper, and it is migrating out from the inner core. And this is a very attractive location for them to land. So I don't know if Scott wants to add anything, but it was really relatively straightforward. But it's up to the board.
Mr. Chair, with your acknowledgement, just add a little color.
Please.
Again, Scott Weiss with the Gutierrez Company. As Bob indicated, just to clarify, we are seeking to purchase 10 Corporate Drive, which is currently occupied by Endurance. They have not been there since the pandemic started. In fact, during that time, I believe the company intent is not to reoccupy the building. So it would remain vacant, just to clarify. And our intent, as Bob said, there's tremendous interest in life science industry in Massachusetts and tremendous growth. And Burlington, this board, the town meeting has done tremendous work in helping to grow and establish life science. We've had success in converting for Burlington Woods, another property in town for lab use that was built as an office building, and we're seeking to expand on that opportunity and to do the same thing essentially at 10 Corporate Drive. So we're seeing increased success. Burlington wasn't on the life science map. It's been recognized as an emerging life science market, and we're not just us, but certainly the town's efforts have been received some success and some growth, and more companies locating here, helping to diversify the industries that we have present in town, which we think is really helpful. So we want to continue on that success, continue to move forward. And as Bob said, we need the lab special permit, frankly, just even from the purchase of the building, because otherwise it's just a vacant building with not a lot of potential there. And just to clarify one point, we would be making tremendous investment inside the building to upgrade the infrastructure in there to provide for lab users. And as Bob has indicated, the light manufacturing piece is really just because some small amounts of product might be made as part of the research and development effort, but we don't see that, and that's not a large manufacturing location in any. It's not conducive for that type of activity. So it's really just a small side product, but the way the zoning is written from the initial setup there should be included, so that connectivity is covered.
Okay.
But with that, it's pretty straightforward, and open to any questions and look for your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, staff.
Thank you,
Nicole?
Mr. Chairman.
Mhm.
We, as you know, I've talked a lot about the office, the amount of office we have in Burlington versus the kind of actual lab space, lab conversions. There are a few buildings in Burlington that can really handle a good lab conversion. We've started to have conversations with them, as Scott mentioned, that he has done the conversion, which is it's not a small price tag to convert these buildings, and it really has borne fruit. These buildings are filling up fast. 60 Blanchard with Azure was one of the first tenants that came in, and as was mentioned, the webinar today with the New England Real Estate Journal. I mean, if there's 6 million square feet of demand in the market, and we're looking at conversions in empty buildings with office, I think, you know, the goal that this board has had to really find ways to help the transition into different types of diverse uses that our buildings can have. You know, it's a direction that I think we've all been talking about, or I know we've all been talking about, and the goal that we have looked at. Burlington is finally, we're on the map. They did mention us today where we haven't been mentioned in the past. And we don't have any concern about this use in this building and this conversion. They did meet with Board of Health 2 weeks ago with unanimous approval, and feel very comfortable moving forward and have a decision ready for you if you so choose to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. You see, I forget which way I'm going, up or down. Let's start with member Spail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Weiss on the process of kind of transitioning one of these buildings. Recently, we've seen at Millipore last meeting that they've had a problem with disposal of hazardous materials. When you guys, if this were to go forward, when you guys purchase a building like this and kind of redevelop, rejuvenate a building for lab space, do you take into consideration the potential needs of waste kind of disposal, and do you size that type of development for like the maximum that someone could go in there, or is that something that's just taken on a case by case basis?
Thank you. Good question. We do provide space for. It's really talking most of the time, you know, small, you know, medicine container kind of things that you're talking about. But we do provide space for storage and removal in the building, and that is customary and what is typically done, and we've done that elsewhere as well. So yes, there is space provided. I'm not truly familiar with Millipore's current situation. I think that's they're you know much larger facility than this, 3.5 times the size of this building. So it's a much larger building and very different situation.
No, I understand that. My question was, you don't know what type of tenant will be coming in, right? Or the size of the amount. So how do you size what you prepare for when you are redeveloping a building like this?
Right. So we provide material control storage rooms, which is very typical, and those spaces are provided. Beyond that, what happens when a user comes in, a lab tenant comes in, their space gets built out to their specifications, and then we can add additional material control in other facilities. Again, our experience in other locations and right here in Burlington as well has been that we typically have, you know, sufficient space and available in the building.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, member Impemba.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've actually gotten some calls on this, and you know, my thoughts on it are, and I know we've voted in the past. You know, we've had these come before us, and we've voted in the past to you know, issue the special permits prior to an actual applicant being in place. But in this case, I can't help but think that, because it abuts a lot of residential properties, and there seems to be a lot of residents that have some concern about this, and they've asked me questions that, quite honestly, I couldn't even answer them because there is no applicant here. I feel like, given the fact that it's a special permit, it's a special permit for a reason, because it's a little more sensitive than a normal process and a normal applicant. And for that reason, I feel like we need to have an applicant in front of us so that the neighbors and the people that are, that the special permit is going to be protecting will have the opportunity to actually see who their neighbor or the applicant will be, and who their business neighbor will be, and what's going to be done in that site prior to us issuing a special permit. So again, I've done it in the past, but in the past I've done it. It hasn't abutted a lot of residential property. So, just for that reason, I just feel like that's the way I'm going to vote on this. Is I would, in this particular site, I would rather see an applicant before us. Not to say that I wouldn't issue the special permit, I may, but I would like to have the applicant in front of us to allow the people who are living next to this property to be able to ask questions of the applicant, to get comfortable with the applicant themselves. So that's kind of the way I'm going to go with this. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member Pemba. Back up here, we'll go to Member Covino.
Okay, which neighbors are we talking about to this project? Maybe I don't understand which building it is. Could you tell me which building it is again, Mr.
I can do that, Ernie. When you go up close,
Okay.
You'd go to the right. It's that building 10, right to the first entrance as you go in before the speed bump. And you go up further a little bit on the left is the residences on the same drive.
It fronts on Cambridge Street.
On Cambridge Street. So the closest residence would be.
Yeah, right up there. So
You got
when you come in,
Reader Ave, got Maple Ridge, and you've got the 400 unit apartment complex that you just recently permitted. So that's what I'm talking about.
and then over on the other side, right there. There you go.
On the other side of the street, you've got houses as well that on the other side of Cambridge Street. But I think most the ones that have reached out to me are one of those three, or have consisted of those three locations.
Okay, thank you. Now, this project was before the Board of Health, I assume.
Yep.
Staff, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. And
Yes.
okay. And I don't know, Joe, do you know if any of those residents showed up at the Board of Health meeting? Or does anybody know if any of those residents showed up?
Watch the board. Did you? Did you
No,
watch
I
the board?
didn't. No, I didn't watch it, Joe. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah, no,
if
I mean,
anybody
in
had that
concept,
information.
I guess the question was asked to me in concept is, how we would like to be able to speak to whoever's is going to be located there, is going to use it as their business. Right? We want to know what it is, and the Board of Health isn't going to be able to answer that question for them either. So I guess it doesn't really matter what if you believe, you either believe that they should be able to confront whoever's going to be in there, or you don't. They could ask all the questions of Board of Health wanted. Board of Health's not going to be able to answer all the questions.
I understand. To my understanding, they would still need a permit from the Board of Health, even if we said yes tonight. Am I correct? Or, Kristen, staff.
All users would need all users using any biologics would require a biosafety permit as well as a hazardous material registration.
So no matter what we do tonight, they would still need whoever came in, they would still need to go to the Board of Health for a public hearing.
Correct.
Am I correct? Okay.
Correct. And the Board of Health has recently adopted their new biological, biological safety regulations that are anyway that control all these uses. And further, they have just hired their new associate health director position as well. And I will give more on that when I find the gentleman's name, but they're very excited for him to begin.
Okay. All right, that's all I have right now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Covino. And we'll go to Member LaRue.
Hi. I actually had a discussion earlier this week with Ed Weiner from the Board of Health. We were talking about something else and this came up. And so I had the benefit of speaking with Ed about this. It's my understanding that neighbors did not go to the Board of Health meeting, but what Ed conveyed to me, and he asked me to convey to all of you because it was requested that he come tonight, but he couldn't make it. He had a previous engagement. What he told me is that the Board of Health has looked very carefully at this request, that they feel very confident in their decision to allow it, and that they are quite confident that they can assure the safety of all of the neighbors. Of course, when a business comes to move in, they will go to the Board of Health, and any specific questions about this will be answered at that time, and neighbors can also come to the Board of Health meeting that happens at that time. So after speaking with Ed, I do have a pretty good level of confidence. I have a lot of confidence and respect for our Board of Health. I know they're working really hard to make sure that everything is safe, and I think that with the addition of the new employee coming on December 6th, they're really going to be very focused on this. So for that reason, I am comfortable moving forward with this.
Thank you, Member LaRue. Let's open this up to the public. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in favor or against this petition?
Mr. Chair,
Mhm.
could we just respond to some of the questions or comments from the board before the additional questions from any public or residents come up?
I don't know if they, were there any, did the board have, let me go back, sorry, Scott. Was anybody in the board had any questions for the applicant that I missed? Okay, why don't we go to the public and you can maybe make some additional comments, Scott, if you like? And is there anybody here on the internet or anybody, it looks like there might be someone in the meeting room that would like to talk?
Yes, I'd like to make some points. My name is James McNiff. I live at 59 Villagewood Drive. I would have attended Board of Health meeting, but I wasn't aware that the next step was to go to the Board of Health. I was at the last planning meeting, and I have the PDD documents and the bylaws that says the planning board is in charge of this process, and that according to that, you're supposed to get reports from the inspector of buildings, the Board of Select, various other departments are supposed to forward you their reports prior to you making a decision. So I felt that the Board of Health was going to be, then you would reach out to the Board of Health, you would ask, do what you had to do as the planning board, get your information and get a report. But I wasn't aware of that. And so I guess I'm remiss in that I didn't attend that meeting, and I could speak later about the Board of Health. But if you give me a minute, I'd like to give the view of a homeowner who lives there. And I'm representing not only the residents of Maple Ridge, which I live at, but also now you have 271 apartments filled with young, vibrant people who've come to work here, who have pets here, who are within a very close distance of what is perceived to be a lab. Now, you need to understand, if you investigate the labs that have been constructed, there's a very consistent pattern of how labs get generated. And if you pull out the paperwork talking about the growth of the life science, almost every one of them is in a campus setting or a cluster or a hub. There's only one right now that was in a resident, and it's gone to legal. The zoning board of appeals denied it. The developer's suing. That's the only one right now that's going on in Boston. We are a precedent too, because I don't think there are many, I don't know how many others are trying to install a lab building of this size into this neighborhood. So what I wanted to, if I could read it, or some of my notes, if you were, well, my first point being that I don't think it's the proper location. I think it's up to the planning board and the safety of the individuals beyond, give you an example, which I don't think the Department of Health necessarily, or the Board of Health could take care of. Not common, hopefully it's not, but the exception would be that in a lab, besides sending out getting hazardous material and or creating hazardous waste, which has to be removed, you can have spillage. And I have in front of me 4 universities who have particular policies regarding spillage, meaning where you're doing a test, you use a small portion of it, and they pour it down the drain. If you were to get a correct site plan, which I believe the site plan has been given to you, is incorrect. It was a site plan approved by the board in 2008. And just as the figure you were just drawing, somebody with the marker, there's been a lot of changes to that area. It doesn't reflect that building, which I have pictures will present of how close the residents are to that proposed building. Now, the site plan also does not only have the building is called the reserve, or the 271 apartments in the site plan, which is left off. It also doesn't show where the sewerage is going. The sewer pumps are on our property, the Association of Maple Ridge. If you remember, when you put in the building, you gave the okay for the affordable housing, the 40B. With that was the recognizing that the pumps had to be increased to deal with, or increase their capacity to deal with the additional people that'll be online in the sewerage. And all of that goes through the sewerage that's on our property. We share the cost with those, the company up in, which is radically changed over time, the companies that are up on Corporate Drive. And therefore, if there is a spillage, that spillage is going right to those water pumps or sewer pumps, which could have serious damage. One, we're in wetlands. That doesn't seem to be recognized in the site plan, the volume of wetlands. That's the other report, was a conservation committee. I'd like to see what they say. But we are in wetlands. So we got 271 apartments. We have 75 townhouses. We have abundant wetlands. We share a sewer pump. And the answer is that it's straightforward. I don't believe it's straightforward, not for the community and not for what the purposes of zoning laws stand for, is ensuring our safety living in an environment as such. Now, I wanted to give you a quick synopsis, if I can, of the history and where 10 Corporate Drive is right now. As you said, it was built in 2009. It has 405,000 square feet, 110,000 office square feet. The parking lot's 405. It was sold by the Davis Group, who has really no footprint at all left up in the park, because they've also sold the apartment house in July of this year. They sold it to Spears Street Capital, who is actually the owner, who is, I think, Gutierrez is saying they're buying that from Sears Street. Is that what the comment was? You purchasing the building from Sears Street Capital? I'm asking the representative from Gutierrez. Mr. Watson?
I don't want to interrupt.
No, I mean, are you purchasing the building?
Through the chair, please.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. So sorry about that. The value of the building that was the Davis Group sold to Spears, the 10 Corporate in 2017 was, Davis received $41 million according to the tax records of Burlington. The value of that property being taxed is $18 million. The property brings in $474,000 of real estate tax. Also, in addition to 10 Corporate Drive, 20, 25, 30, and 35 Corporate Drive were sold by Davis at the same time to Spears. That was $92 million. Tax value is $69 million. They pay $1.7 million. The 20 Corporate Drive, which is really the address of the reserve, which are the apartments, was rezoned from commercial to residential on 5/3/2017. I was in attendance at that meeting when the Board of Appeals did not approved going ahead to build the affordable housing. And what was said at that time by the town manager in Burlington, and it's quoted by him, it's in the newspapers. It was John Petrin, was quoted as saying that being above the 10% threshold, the town was avoiding unwanted consequences from developers in the future. So it's kind of ironic that we built a 40B to limit developers to choose what they wanted to build, so and control that. And then now we're turning and considering building what we are, or allowing a special permit to build labs in the area that's being requested. At this moment, the 20 Corporate Drive, or the reserve, is now owned by Equity Residential, which I had no idea, purchased them in July. There is no price given. It's the second largest apartment householder, building owner throughout in the United States. And they now own that building. If you could, I think it's Elizabeth, do you have pictures from that you could show that I had passed along to you? Chairperson, could, there you go.
Sure. He has them, she can put them up, yep.
Yeah, all right, this is, if you look at this picture, it's picture one. You would think you were looking at, well, possibly maybe Millport Sigma looks a little bit like this. If you go up to the hill on Summit Drive, it's huge. Now, what you have in front of you, that's directly in front of you, is the reserve. The 271 apartments make up the 3 boxes that go along the front heading out to the west. In the arrow that I have on the top, right next to the last box of the reserve is 10 Corporate Drive. Now, if you look at from this view, it looks like it's almost part of the complex, the residential, the reserve and 10 Corporate Drive are like attached. Well, there's probably, if you were to measure it, it's about 100 yards distance between the two. And there's wetlands behind the reserve, so the wetlands itself is also about 100 yards distance from the 10 Corporate Drive. Now, to give you a different picture, if you go to the next screen, this is an actual parcel picture of what the residents look like. Now, if you look at the, I guess it would be the middle of the picture, there's something that has a, like a reverse 7, whatever it is. That is the reserve. The middle section there is the apartment houses. To the right, further right, facing west, is 10 Corporate Drive. That's the distance of 100 yards. That's a driveway that Mercedes exits from, and the residents of the reserve exit from. So you could see how close that isn't the model of a campus, a cluster, or a hub. This is residential area. It's not 3 miles away, 5 miles away. It's right outside the door of it. And as I had said before on the site map, all of the sewerage from all those buildings go down to the 1 sewer pumps that are located at Maple Ridge. I just wanted to read also as I mentioned to you, there is one particular lawsuit that's going on in Boston right now because the same pressure is on all over, except that I wasn't at the meeting that they mentioned earlier about how great we're doing. I guess it could be Mass Bio, who gives the gold star, the silver stars. I could explain what I know of what those mean, but in the Boston Business Journal today, it said 3.6 million square feet office space is on its way in Boston. Despite pandemics, uncertainty, and high vacancy rates, developers and analysts are optimistic. So they're building 3.6 million square feet of office space. Why? Because no one really knows what the next thing that's going to hit that bring economic security to, and I would say the word right now is speculation, because that's what this is. It's speculative. They don't have a company yet to come into this building. So I would question that. Now, regarding the building itself, there wasn't strictly a pandemic issue why it's vacant, and it's only recently vacant. But Endurance was sold in 12/20 for $3 billion. And since then, that company's been pulled apart, merged with another company, and according to an article I just read today, it said very little is left of Endurance. So it's only recently that that has become vacant. And whether the rental income is an issue or not, I don't think it should be a subject as whether it's vacant or not. I think it's the appropriateness of what you built it. And I think that's probably about it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McNiff. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak for or against this application? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Vice, you said you had some additional comments?
Sure, if I may, just a couple of items, and I really certainly understand Mr. McNiff's concerns as well as Member Mpemba's concerns about lab use there. I think one of the things that we can cite and say is that, you know, from the Board of Health or other processes, that these lab uses are very well regulated, very well organized. You're talking a process that is done by very high level professionals in a very controlled manner. And I think Mr. McNiff cited like spill plans at universities. We have spill plans for our office buildings. There's always a spill response and an emergency response plan in place. So we certainly understand that, but these are definitely very well regulated, very tremendous oversight on these facilities. And just to clarify on the process and how we go through this, because one of the major things for these companies that are researching and developing medicines, it's always speed to market. We hear that all the time. I know the board's heard it. They've heard it from me. They've heard it from everybody else in terms of the life science industry. And it is certainly without a doubt that without making the building ready for this use, the building will not be used for a lab use. There's just no way we could ever be in a position, us as owner or the town would be in a position to be able to bring an applicant, a tenant forward by name for this building to make it, because they wouldn't be able to wait the time it would take to get through the process, because they're all about how quickly they can deliver their medicines and develop them. And the very large companies can do new buildings and build to suits from ground up or wait for conversions, but most of these companies are developing brand new products. So that process, they're always looking for the building that can deliver the space fastest. And these are all over the place throughout Boston and Cambridge. There are literally across the street from apartment buildings the size of the Reserve, if not larger, and they're very well controlled. And just one clarification: the not that this is a defining point, but the sewer from this building does not go to the pump station in front of Maple Ridge. It connects into the line further up Corporate Drive after the pump station, but so it doesn't go through that area. But that's besides the point. These are very well-controlled, safe uses, and we're certainly as if we can put a lab use in this building. Very well controlled. There's a number of oversight processes with the Board of Health, and we're certainly happy to come back before the board and inform you of what's going on as well, so that the board knows what's happening. But it just, there's no way this would work as as we wait for an applicant to come forward.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Moss.
Mr. Chairman, can I, Bill, could I,
Yeah,
could I
sure.
just clarify my comment? I'm
Mr.
not, I
O'Connor.
don't want to belabor it. I just want to clarify my comments because there's been comments made after my position was stated, and the comments were all that, you know, the Board of Health is very comfortable with it, and, you know, and what goes in there is safe, and I don't doubt that. I really don't. I don't doubt that what, you know, Scott is saying is true. I don't doubt that, you know, the Board of Health has a grip on, you know, what's going on, where it's going on. My position is merely this. It's a special permit, which requires a supermajority for a reason. Because it's, the use is supposed to be, the applicant is not the use, the applicant is supposed to be fully vetted, and the public, if I were living next to that, or within the distance that some of these people live in, I would want to know, and I would want to be able to confront and be very comfortable with the applicant themselves. Not the changing of, you know, the issuance of a special permit, which is, again, it's a more arduous process for a reason, because it's already been determined that it's not a by right, it's a special permit. Right? The whole process of a special permit is supposed to be so that you can fully vet through a hearing process who the applicant is that's going to be moving into that location. And typically this is the reason for that is because it's usually within a proximity of residents. And if I were a resident within that proximity, I would like to be part of the process, and I would like to be afforded the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. Not of, you know, some boards that say it's going to be safe, or, you know, someone who wants to go find an applicant saying it's fully safe. Trust me, it's a, you know, this and that. I would want to know who the applicant was. That's my house, right? That's where my kids are brought up. That's where my family's brought up. That's where we live and sleep. I want to be comfortable with that process myself, and I guess that is my whole reasoning here. Is more that it's a special permit. It's not a by right. So it's a special permit for a reason, simply that. And again, I'm not questioning the fact that it's probably safe, and, you know, but I have to qualify that with probably safe, right? Because I don't know who the applicant is, you know, and that's my whole, you know, motivation behind my position on this. Simply that.
Thank you, Member Pemba. So
yeah.
Maybe this is Bill. Maybe I can ask the staff a question, and I think the folks that have been watching know that I take a similar position that you know, I'm not comfortable with providing special permits until we know who that is. I think in the last time we did this, I said, is there something we can hold back? So they have to come before us once that the applicant is known, so we can interrogate that like we normally do on any other special permit. And again, maybe what we talked about in our strategy sessions with regard to consistency and fairness, what is perceived as being consistent with the planning board. Is when we talked about, you know, life sciences and zoning, so we can communicate to tenants that these buildings are ready, that's typically under the life science, what did we call that zoning before? There's a special name everybody came up with, the jazzy name there. Innovation district, right? So it's ready to go. Because this is a PDD, it doesn't go under that. So you could approve a, you know, it would be under an innovation district piece if you weren't under the PDD. Is there something without, a special permit? You could approve let's say, Joe, I don't know if you'd be okay to approve the light manufacturing piece of it instead of the life science piece of it. But does that give the potential tenants the signal that this is ready for life science? Maybe this is to staff. Is there a way that we can signal the life science readiness without the special permit, and to hold something back till we know the special permit comes in with the particular tenant?
So
Get
if that question is for me, so
Yeah.
this isn't the new, as you know, we've introduced the new life science categories in the zoning bylaw. This is the Plan Development District, first in Burlington, written in 1986. So this is the traditional laboratories engaged in research, biology, chemistry, like that older category. So to just do the light manufacturing, I don't think I mean, I don't even think that category is that obvious as to what this is, and which is why we went through the whole exercise of making the life science definitions and life science uses so clear, to be a way to attract people to say this is a life science building and that these are what we've permitted. So the laboratory is engaged in a myriad of different uses. And then with the light manufacturing piece, I think the light manufacturing piece isn't going to get you to, I think what Gutierrez is looking for right now is investing heavily into the building and conversion, but you kind of have a chicken and egg that you have to invest in the building to get the tenant, but you're not going to get, but you need security that you can have the type of tenant that you're investing the millions of dollars in to then not, and if you wait to the tenant and then it's just kind of which is first. So in terms of your question of what can we hold back or what can we kind of have a check-in process, for 25 Network Drive, when you guys approved that, we had this similar conversation. That's also in a PD without the exact real clear language of the life science piece. But I think in that one, and I don't have it in front of me, but you did have an agreement that the tenant, when they have a tenant, they will come back and discuss it with you, discuss the specific tenant, not necessarily through that special permit process, but would have an opportunity with the board to discuss the specific tenant and use.
Okay. Here's another kind of thought as you were talking. Because it's in a PDD, it's not able to get to that life science zoning. Right? Innovation that would definitely lift the flag to say it's ready for bioscience. You look at everything's a trade-off. Is there an opportunity to carve this out of the PDD and put it and zone it to be that innovation district, such that raises the flag of it? They can start whatever they want. It's advertises that, but cut it out of the PDD. What would the ramifications of that would be? Rezone it to where it wants to be.
You can certainly do that, but by doing that, what you're trying to do there is attract someone to come in and outfit the building to be actually ready for lab, which is what is in front of you right now. So you could do that, but I think we still end up in the place that we're sitting in. And I think the actually having a building that's move-inable, or it's not even a word, but that's ready for a tenant as a life science tenant is the most important thing, not necessarily exactly what the names are. And I think what we're hearing is to get to that point and invest tens of millions of dollars to do that upgrade. And I'm not going to speak for the Gutierrez company or the applicant, but and that's why I say it's chicken or egg. Like, to do that before we can know that we can do that is kind of a hard sell, and I think probably a hard way to raise capital to even do so. But I'm getting way over my ski tips on that.
So we're talking about they'd have to go to town meeting to get it rezoned out of the PDD and into the innovation district. Is that, or innovation zone? Is that correct, the staff?
You could do all of that, but again, I think you end up back to where we are.
I'm just saying alternatives too, instead of, as we go outside, working around the system with the special special permit.
Oh, yeah, I think in thinking about it, and that's one of the reasons why we've been looking to rezone some other properties so they are more ready
Right?
to be to transfer into from office to different types of use.
Mhm.
And so we
We're
would provide
we're rezoning all the time now. Every meeting, we're rezoning for the innovation, right? It would be certain uh, parcels are coming in every meeting or so to rezone to the innovation. And I'm trying to find out, to Member Pember's point, instead of providing the special permit, which we would normally not do, but we are approving these on a uh, per location basis for the innovation district. Why isn't that way the best way to go here, like we've been seeing in the past, and just chunk it out from the PDD? If that's where they want to go, Maybe it's a rhetorical question that it's just where the philosophy of the board is. What do we want to do? Change our special permit process where it's not a special permit process anymore, to Mr. Pember's point.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment on that?
Very, very quickly, Attorney Buckley, very quickly.
Okay. That is an extremely complex project, because if you take a parcel out of the PDD, you're altering the PDD, which has ramifications for other properties. And basically what we're asking for here is to be competitive with the competitors of the Gutierrez company. If this were an ID district, you would have the right to do lab space as of right. And you'd have the same issues. You'd have the exact same issues. And we spent a lot of time when we went to town meeting. We worked to get the town to alter the definitions and put in place the ID district and the clear permitting structure so that you could attract these businesses and the Board of Health spent an enormous amount of time developing the regulations to make sure that if you're in an ID district and you have that use as of right, they are the ones that will pass on all of the things that were raised by Mr. McNiff in terms of storage, protocols, annual, all of those things are vetted.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a point of clarification of staff?
Sure, thank you.
Kristen or whoever, don't we still have to issue special permits after in other words, before anybody can occupy that building to use it as lab space? Are there not other special permits required, like hazardous quality, small hazardous waste generator type things, or am I
So
mistaken?
no, there may be additional special permits depending on the user. For this particular PD, it was written in 1986. 2021 is a lot different than 1986. So there is a little bit of differences. So they're not all exactly like they are as written in the bylaw. But I mean, certainly if users come in that trigger a use that needs additional special permits like we see in other places, they'd certainly need to come back.
In your opinion, then, wouldn't a person that is going to occupy a life science building have some hazardous waste generation, even if it was small, and that will require a special permit? No, or
that particular piece is a little different in this particular plan development district. Right, that's the only distinction I was trying to make. But I mean, there are other reasons why someone might need to come back for a special permit, depending on what the nature of their business is. But overall, it could be that a user could come in under the special permit for this building and not need additional special permits. They would all need all the permits needed by the Board of Health. But anyway, just to answer that question, it's not absolutely every time yes, but it may be, certainly.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Ernie. I think that was a good point, because now it gets me thinking about it. Is there an opportunity for us to condition this to the exact wording of the standard kind of special permit bylaw, with the generating that minimum quantity of hazardous material to come back for us for a special permit? That wouldn't necessarily, it's not in the PDD, but as a condition of the decision here. So it's likely that anybody going in there would need to come back if they're generating, what, I forget what the amount is, greater than, you know, small, whatever is, Rennie, you know better than I do, small engine, you know, or
Well,
small
there's usually, I mean, our
generator.
thresholds are usually small, very
Yeah.
small quantity and small quantity.
Joe, is
generated.
that something, if that's something allowable, would that be something that would work for you, that if we put in the standard conditions for another special permit, if they had any sort of smaller hazardous waste material, and then we get to interrogate them at that point?
I mean, as long as it was required that they go through a special permit process, but, you know, I guess, you know, the whole purpose of a special permit process is to allow the abutters, which in this case happen to be residents, the ability to directly be part of the process and get their questions answered by the applicant. Right, so I guess it's,
Yeah.
I guess to answer that fully, if you can be assured, if they could be assured that the board could say no if there wasn't sufficient answers to their questions at the time, I guess that would be sufficient to satisfy me. But
Is that something that we could put in the condition then to the planning staff? If we put in, once the tenant is known, they have to come back to validate the special permit or something like that? Because that requires them to come back versus they could be conditions where they won't, they don't meet the requirements and they wouldn't come back. I think that's your concern, Joe, that they never come back and the residents don't get a chance to interrogate that piece of it.
I mean, in other words, the special permit isn't, in this case, the special permit, you're circumventing the purpose of a special permit. You're basically taking away the special permit piece of the special permit, right? You're saying it's by right. Once you say yes, then it's by right, and you don't even know who it is. That's all I'm saying. I mean, you know, I again, if it was in the smack dab in the middle of commercial and industrial and non-residential, we've done that, and I've been okay with that. I happen to put myself in the shoes of somebody who owns a home that would be close enough or abutting this property. And if I were bringing up my kids there, I'd be a little concerned about special permits being, you know, being granted without the process being taken. You know, that's all I'm saying. I again, if you could custom or tailor it somehow, but I think if the virtue of tailoring, by virtue of tailoring it to a future special permit, you've basically, I guess, thwarted your effort of doing what they're trying to do now, is get all the special permits done ahead of time.
Thank you, Mr.
So I
White.
guess it kind of would defeat their purpose, I think, you know, by doing that.
Okay, Joe, thank you, Mr. White. Yep, Mr. Weiss.
I appreciate the comments that have been made, and certainly understand it. There's just to clarify, there's no intent to circumvent anything. We are the applicant. We would be managing the building. We'd be responsible. All the controls, regardless of the name of the tenant in the building, all of the controls that are being put in place, they're conditions of your permit. They come from the Board of Health. They would be the same whether it was us or, you know, some other biotech company that was occupying some of the space. I wouldn't see that those controls and that management and oversight would be any different. And so we're not trying to subvert any process here.
Understood.
But having
Okay.
heard the comments, you know, perhaps the best way to proceed is for us, if there aren't a lot of other comments, we'll request a continuance, and we'll think about some additional wording and come back to you your next meeting with some.
Okay, and Mr. Camino, do you have any additional comments? Thank you, Mr. Weiss. You're on mute, Ernie.
Yeah, I did. Sorry. Thanks, Bill, for the opportunity. I was just thinking that if a company that moved in there used hazardous material, then am I not correct in assuming that they would have to come to the planning board for a special permit? Period. I mean,
Staff?
right?
So they would.
Excuse me, Bob. Staff, please, if you could answer that.
if they used hazardous material, wouldn't they have to come before the planning board for a special permit?
So because it's not, it's kind of unique in this plan development district, we've addressed that in the special permit here as to the process. And more or less put a little bit more emphasis on the hazardous material registration process with the Board of Health, but to make sure that there's a process, not just to register, but to be more of a review process.
Okay, I keep on forgetting. It's a PDD, so it's.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Member LaRue, you had your hand raised?
It's a good
I
question.
did. So I have to beg forgiveness. I'm having some connectivity issues. So if this, I just am looking for some clarification because I missed part of the conversation. I was not hearing people. I think Joe's making a very strong argument, but I also understand the need of Gutierrez before they make this investment. So I didn't hear the answer as to, can we somehow condition this so that the Gutierrez company can make their investment, but when they have to come back to us. I didn't answer.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Barbara, but I think we get the intent of that. Yeah. So, Mr. Weiss, and we'll finish it up for either, and we need a supermajority staff, right? That is with 5
I
staff.
hear the answer again.
That's
Yeah,
fine, Barbara. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, you only have 5 tonight. You would need all. I believe that Mr. Weiss mentioned that he'd like to think about some of what we've discussed tonight.
Okay.
I think alluding to a continuance if he didn't directly ask for one. But I also think just in terms of the direct question of can you, so you can't condition in the permit that they need to get a special permit,
Right.
but you can set the criteria for what that if they did come back for what you'd need to know.
Thank
And
you.
that's what you need to spell out a little bit
Yeah.
more in the language and think about.
To wrap it up, Mr. Weiss, please.
Oh, can I go?
And I understand it. Just to clarify on
You're on mute.
our
Oh, mute.
process, in order to buy the building, we need to
Can I get off
get
mute?
financing. In order to get
I'm
the
on Thursday,
financing for the work,
Raise your hand. We get you. We've got you, Mr. McDiff. Hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Weiss.
in order to buy the building, we need financing. The bank requires that we show that we can borrow the money to do the improvements to the building. We need to show that the use is allowed in the building. And if the use is allowed, but then somehow conditioned that the use isn't allowed, that's not going to pass muster with the bank and their attorneys. And Bob would never give us permission. So it's a little bit of a catch-22. I understand the concerns. We believe all the controls are there, but let us think about it a little bit further. And yes, if we could beg the indulgence of the board and continue it to the next meeting.
Thank you. Ms. McNiff, very quickly, please.
Yeah, just similar to the discussion that went on with Millport regarding the container about a precedent. Think about the action. If you make by rights effectively, that you can take any store that's on the corner and convert it to a lab that is attached to 2 residential houses, that's what you're going to have. So I just want you to think about it because that's where you're starting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McNiff. Do we have a motion?
Motion taken.
I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of January 6th, 2022.
Motion is in second. Roll call, please.
Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, folks. See you,
Thank you.
see you next year.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to take items 7E and F together for discussion purposes. Oh, wait,
We just did it.
wrong one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think we are.
We did that.
Yeah.
Ignore me.
Let's see where we are here. I think I turned the page.
We're on G, page 9.
7G.
Okay. So we are at, we have it correctly, we are at the public hearing for an approval for an amendment to a special permit
That's
pursuant to 4.3.2.22, drive-through of the zoning bylaws, 28 Wynn Street, Mona's Donuts, Inc. applicant. Okay, staff, it looks like we voted on this one previously. Can you give us a little background on why we're seeing this again?
Sure. I'm happy to. And I want to preface, there's 5 of you sitting here and we do need to know kind of quickly. Anyway, let me first introduce it. So when we voted the Wynn Street Dunkin' Donuts. If you recall, Sergeant McDonough was on the call. Some of you, listened, had some concern, wanted to support Sergeant McDonough. I hadn't realized that I was going to be missing as many members this evening. We re-advertised. So you voted 4-2-0 on both. As you all are aware, a special permit needs 5. I didn't catch it at the time. I did speak to Member Espaillo the next day, since he seemed at the meeting to support the drive-through, but wanted to support Sergeant McDonough on the site plan, which is fine. But we did I think Member Gaffney also voted against both. So we, knowing that there were 7 members at the time, there was 6 members sitting 4-2, and Member Espaillo, if I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but per our discussion, that it was the intention to have the 2 drive-throughs and move forward with allowing that special permit. But still with the site plan vote at 4-2, which the site plan prevailed, the special permit didn't. That required us to re-advertise the special permit to kind of better reflect what the conversation and vote was. I don't think it was meant that you had meant to have a failed motion on the special permit. So we brought it back to you. However, there's 5 of you sitting here. You need all 5. If any of you still have an issue with that special permit vote, I think I would recommend that we continue, and I certainly will leave it up to the applicant, but want to kind of flush that out as one of the more initial questions before we get into too much substantive discussion, since we really did talk quite a bit about this the meeting of November 4th. So, and I know since I spoke speaking for Member Espaillo, I want to make sure that you give him just a moment so he can speak for himself. So I apologize, but thank you.
Thank you, staff. So just this is reopening. Is that what my understanding is here? Reopening of the special permit.
It's been
not the site plan.
re-advertised, so it's the special. It's a new hearing essentially, but because of the process it was in, it's a new hearing. You are reconsidering it as a new hearing based on kind of the snafu that happened on the 4th.
In the special permit, and I'm just trying to get myself here in check. The site plan was approved with the 2 entrances with a 4-2-0 vote.
Correct.
The special permit was not approved with a 4-2-0 vote. Does that mean it needs to come back in 3 years or be substantially different, or how does the special permit work?
So the special permit, if you read the motions, they're kind of unique in terms of the party that we have it being brought up for reconsideration. If the party that voted against, so we have discussed this with town council to iron out how this is possible to bring it back. This is the way you do it. But what the special permit was literally for that double drive-through aspect of the use. All of the rest of the site stays, the whole site stays as presented. It's just that double drive-through use wouldn't be able, they'd have to keep it as it is today in that kind of weird configuration where there's 2 lanes but 1 speaker, whereas they wanted to do the defined 2 separate kind of drive-through lanes with speakers that merged into 1. That's the piece that the special permit covered, and that's the piece that didn't prevail. And as I said, the conversation with the members seemed to not have that concern, and it seemed to actually better separate the traffic and not have confusion and clarify that process. So I just, again, need to confirm that discussion with this board. But, Member Gaffney, if you still have concerns about that drive-through piece, that means there's still only 4, and therefore I probably would recommend continuance.
Okay, yeah, because I see here that in the motion, it was this special permit is those 2 drive-through lanes in addition to significant parking improvements as outlined in the minor engineering change, which would be the 2 exits near each other as the policeman said, that wasn't, that wasn't optimal, nor was it safe. So yeah, I'll stay with my concern on that, and we probably should continue this without any discussion.
Okay, I mean, we certainly can amend that motion to just be the drive-through piece if that makes you feel more comfortable.
Let's just say, let's continue it and let's get, then we can kind of,
I'd like to make a motion to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of January 6th, 2022.
Second,
okay, a roll call, please.
Chairman Gaffney,
Yes,
Member Covino,
yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes,
thank you. Do we have a motion?
we just did.
To take items H and I together for discussion purposes.
So moved.
Okay,
Seconded.
thank you. We'll have a roll call.
Chairman Gaffney,
Yes,
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes,
thank you. Public hearing, application for approval of a special permit pursuant to 4.2.2.27, public water distribution structures on the zoning bylaw, 70 Winter Street, Town of Burlington, DPW applicant. Item I, public hearing, application for approval of site plan, 70 Winter Street, Town of Burlington, DPW applicant. Staff? Would you let the applicant?
Yeah, I mean, this is opening with the applicant. It's for the new PFAS water treatment facility, which I know has been a hot topic in discussion.
Yep.
They are looking to certainly, I mean, it's great we're moving this fast to get it designed and to this point, but as you know, we all want to try to get things and get the building up and running, get our infrastructure and utilities as up to snuff as they should be. But with that, I would give it over to the DPW and engineering and their consultants to, I'm sure, give a wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Okay, we have Mr. Hayes, Mr. Sanchez. Either one of you guys want to take the baton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Governor. We have the town administrator who would like to
Okay,
start.
Mr. Town Administrator, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Gaffney, and members of the board for having us here this evening. The project that we bring forward tonight will allow the town to resolve the PFAS drinking water issue that we were hit with earlier this year. In May, for the first time, we were required to do confirmatory testing of our water supply for a new prohibited compound called PFAS. And unfortunately, it was found to be present in both of the town's water supplies at the Vine Brook and the Mill Pond treatment plants. As you know, the Vine Brook plant will be abandoned upon completion of the MWRA line, and thus we are here to address the PFAS issue at the Mill Pond plant. In order to do so, we need to modify the plant to provide additional treatment of the water, and we've been working diligently to do so since we became aware of the issue. In September, town meeting approved funding for this project, and I think we all want to get the problem resolved as soon as possible. With that brief introduction, I have with me tonight our DPW Director John Sanchez, Town Engineer Tom Hayes, and our design team from Wright Pierce, and we are hopeful that we can answer the board's questions in an effort to keep this project moving forward and bring the PFAS issue to the quickest resolution possible.
Thank you.
At this point, I would turn it over to John Sanchez. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Gaffney. So very quickly, for this particular project, we've taken a very creative approach to actually complete the project in what we will think will be the shortest amount of time possible for a public project. So part of the things we've done is from the very beginning, we went into design and even before we had a town meeting approval for the construction part, which is kind of unusual for us, but we knew we needed to do something about it. Subsequently, town meeting did approve the funds in September, and now going forward, we actually divvied up the project into 3 different contracts, such that we can minimize the time that it's going to take to build it. We know the filters are going to take 6 to 8 months to actually get, so we're going on a separate contract to get those. Some of the piping and valves, which they have long lead times. Everybody heard about supply chain issues, so we're separate contract for that as well. And the largest part of the contract will be the actual building, which we hope that you will, help us with the approval process for that one, so we can actually go out to bid before the end of this year. So by the end of 2022, we'll have the filtering system working in the town, and we'll be able to provide the PFAS solution to our water system. So just a short of what we've been doing, sort of version of that. But for showing us the project, we have two engineers from Wright Pierce, and I don't know if Amy Coppers-Constantino is going to take it from here.
Yeah, I will, John.
Thank you.
Like John introduced me, my name is Amy Coppers-Costantino. I'm the lead engineer on this project for the town of Burlington. My background is in water treatment, and with that, we have our support team that includes the architects, structural group, electrical groups, mechanical groups as well, that we've worked really hard to kind of meet the town's aggressive schedule to get this project online by the end of 2022. So that is our goal. And as John stated, we put out separate contracts to kind of expedite things while we are working, on the site design, the building design, the process design to get this system up and running for you as quickly as possible. So with that, I can share my screen if I have control of doing that. So this is an overview of the Mill Pond water treatment plant. As part of the upgrades to the existing treatment facility, what we need to do is take water from the existing filter system, and that will be piped to a new tank, which we will pump water from this building through the new PFAS building. This building has been designed to accommodate the filter systems that are needed to remove the PFAS, as well as to provide some flexibility in the future to add additional filters if needed, if levels were to increase. So we've tried to build in some flexibility there as well. The size of this building is driven by the treatment system, which are large pressure vessels that are filled with granular activated carbon, which will absorb the PFAS. That system has been designed with lead and lag filters, and that provides two barriers of protection for the town, so that if PFAS were to break through the first filter, it's going to be captured on the second filter. That also gives the town flexibility as well, that when they do media replacement that will be needed, that you still have a treatment system in place that will be able to treat your PFAS while you're replacing media in those treatment vessels. In addition to these two structures, the site improvements that you see is just access to this building. Because of that media replacement, we do need to get some large vehicles in here at that time to remove, transport off-site that media, and then to truck in new media. We have a crushed stone access pad right here, and then you'll see piping between the two facilities and the existing facility. And then we've also included some stormwater treatment systems as well.
Okay.
So with that, I can continue or just leave it to some questions from the group.
I think what we'll do is we'll start with questions. I have a couple myself with regard to landscaping around that and what you'll see with the piping. So if there's renditions of what that's going to look like from street level, from the houses across the street and things like that. Maybe I'll start off. I don't usually, but when you talk about changing the medium, so you're not talking about a UV filtering here. You're talking about maybe a reverse osmosis filtering.
No, it will be a single pass through two. So in order to accommodate the design flow of the facility, we have 3 trains of lead lag vessels. So the flow of water will split through those 3 trains, and the water will go through one pressure vessel and then into a second vessel before it goes back into your treatment facility. Those vessels are filled with granular activated carbon. It's been used in the water treatment industry for a very long time, and it absorbs that PFAS compounds. And when we start to exhaust the bed, and when you start to see head loss build on those filters, that's when you have to plan for media replacement.
Okay, so that's going to be it's going to be a carbon, just like charcoal or something like your fish tanks,
Exactly. Yep.
right? So that's what you have there. Okay, thanks. And I'll let the other members, if there's any questions, we'll start off. Who did I do last time? Maybe we start in the middle. Let's go with Mr. Impemba. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I don't really have any questions. It was pretty I mean, she explained it pretty well. My only question would be yours, just, you know, what it will be looking like from a budding property. That's all.
Yes.
I think we need to get it moving. I think it's something that's going to benefit the whole town, you know, to get this in place and get the water treated the proper way. So,
Yeah. Thanks. And
quicker the better. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Member Espaillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My only question is, what's the timetable on construction and getting this facility up and running online?
I think they said end of 22, right?
Was it? Oh, just was
Yeah,
mentioned.
I can jump in here, or I can wait and take notes and answer all the questions at once, whatever you
Go ahead,
prefer.
please answer as we go. Yeah.
Yep. So, we've tried to keep the buildings in keeping with the look of the existing Mill Pond water treatment plant, especially the addition that went onto that facility several years ago. We do have to accommodate, obviously, you know, future replacement of those vessels. So I can show some renderings of that from the street view. If you give me 1 second.
Yeah.
We did not render the small transfer pump station, the building that's located behind the Mill Pond water treatment plant, because you won't see it from the street. So we did provide some renderings of the PFAS building. These are translucent removable panels, so provide natural light into the space, but they're removable, that will allow those large pressure vessels to be removed and replaced as needed in the future. The veneer here, which is actually a masonry veneer, we try to stay away from products that actually we're hearing lead time issues with, for obvious reasons. We want to expedite this, but this coloring right now is it's showing up on the screen as a light gray, but what this will do is match the new entranceway in color that was added on to the Mill Pond water treatment plant, and then keeping with the brick veneer and banding. So that is our goal. If I can also, if you can see this screen. This is just Google Earth of the existing Mill Pond water treatment plant. This is what we're going to try to mimic for look on the face of that PFAS building.
Okay.
Is this addition. As far as construction, we are putting this, upon approval, our plan is to bid this at the first of the year. And by the time the contractor has their submittals in place, we anticipate construction beginning in April, May of 2022. There will be a milestone within the contract that the treatment system has to be online and operational by the end of 2022. There will potentially be construction. We anticipated that bleeds into 2023 with just completion of the building, some of the additional ancillary equipment that's needed for the building, but your treatment system will be online and operational by that time. So there will be some activity in the spring of, say, 2023.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, Member LaRue?
Like Member Mpemba, I'd like to know what the landscaping will look like. That's something that we can address, I think. And I have a question more for Mr. Sanchez. What will happen to the Vinebrook plant once that is taken offline? What will happen there?
So, if I may, Mr. Chairman, the plan is to abandon that treatment plant,
Mhm.
and actually, part of the plan will be to actually dismantle it as well.
And
It's an older building that can't really be utilized for many other things other than water treatment plant. We're anticipating that to happen probably at the end of 2023, because we still have, 2 more projects to do to actually complete the MWA connection. So we're looking at the end of 2023 before we look into demolishing that treatment facility.
And then will the land just be allowed to go back to the swamp?
No, that land is upland, so that will be a usable parcel that the town will have for, I don't know, whatever the town will decide to do at that point. Because it's not, although there are wetlands around it, the area where the plant is also uplands.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Member Covino, please.
No, I think I'm just glad to see Mr. Sagarino back with us, and I think I'm all set right now with the other questions that have been asked.
Thank you, Ernie. So again, to the piece with the landscaping, with the piping that's coming from the auxiliary building and pumping to the where the filter is going to be, is that going to be kind of an overhead aqueduct type of pump 3, or it's going to be underground, or what's that
It's
going
all
to be?
going to be, so the piping between the existing water treatment plant and the transfer pump station, and then from the transfer pump station to the PFAS treatment building and back is all going to be below grade. So you won't see that, but as you can see on this plan, this site is very congested. There's a lot of utilities that we're challenged with designing, the 2 facilities as well as get the additional utilities in the ground. So we're kind of landlocked at this area. There's no other kind of options for us. That being said, as far as landscaping, we did try to keep as much of the tree line that exists here to try to help block and keep kind of a natural buffer between the residents and the new treatment facility. But we do have to provide stormwater treatment, and with the grading that's required, there doesn't provide as much opportunity to do much more than that.
Are you familiar with tree wells?
No, I am not.
Okay, maybe the staff can get you familiarized with tree wells, which have the ability to be put in where you have certain drainage. So staff, can you work with the applicant on that?
And is that just simply to put the drainage grading around the trees and infiltrate the water at those locations?
It's from what I little know about it, and again, I'm not into that side of the business as Mrs. Sanchez would know. But I've done a little homework on it. I believe you can put trees in where you normally couldn't because of drainage issues. So if you have a drainage where you need hard top or something, you could actually put the tree in a drainage area and have a tree where you normally couldn't in the past. So I've given staff information on that if they could.
Yeah, we can look at it as part of the overall drainage.
So then
and
you can
stormwater.
soften up that front of the building. That's going to be a little bit, if you can,
Yeah, and
avoid drainage
I
area.
think our primary concern is the utilities. We do have utilities underground at a lot
Sure.
of those locations too.
Yep. So see if that can work. It's kind of a different technique I've seen recently, and I've just provided to staff. Thank you. Okay, that's all I had. Based on that, and we know this is a something that's something that needs to be done. Do we have a motion? Looks like a motion to continue here, staff. Is that correct?
So, we are first in a line of conservation and Board of Health.
Okay.
What I have asked for you to consider in the meeting preview sent earlier this week was to make sure that really all our questions have been asked, or all the things that you're looking for are outlined. So once they get through Board of Health and Conservation, we can button up everything in a decision and be ready, like good to go on January 6th. So they at least will have an indication from this board as others, as mentioned, to go out to bid the first of the year. So
Okay.
we want to be in that position. We do like to at least get some feedback. We don't have any comments yet from the other two boards. So to get some feedback on those two, and then definitely be ready. We want to, obviously it's in the interest of Burlington to move as fast as we can on this,
Yep.
and want to be in a position before the next meeting for sure.
Thank you, Kristen. Do we have a motion? Anyone?
Mr. Chair, if I may, it is a public hearing.
Oh, okay, let's open up to the public. Anyone in the public online or in the meeting who wants to talk about this? Staff?
I'm seeing no one.
Thank you.
Mr. Gaffney.
Okay, now do we have a motion?
Motion to continue this matter to the planning board meeting of January 6th.
Second.
Motion and seconded. We'll do a roll call.
Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, folks. We'll see you on the 6th.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
I promised to put you earlier on. I'm sorry for tonight.
It's okay.
So
Thank
I'm just-
you.
I'm gonna time check here and see what we've got left. We've got an hour before the 10 o'clock bell here, and we have just one more applicant for the evening, and then it is a public hearing application for approval of a site plan 75 Middlesex Turnpike, Burlington Mall, LT Burlington leasehold, Lord and Taylor, the applicant. So we had him in last time, had some questions. And if we have some folks representing LT Burlington leasehold. Please introduce.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I trust you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear.
For the record, Peter Tan from Goulston and Stores on behalf of Hudson's Bay Company. With me again this evening is Mito Doss, as well as his colleague Jose Gonzalez from Hudson's Bay, and the engineer of record, Diego Viela Real. I know the hour is getting late, and we appreciate having a few minutes of the board's time to follow up on our presentation on November 18th. I think we received some positive feedback from the board, and as a reminder, this is the repositioning of the vacant Lord and Taylor site through what is proposed to be a use conversion. This is site plan, and what we suggested and what we proposed was a mix of uses. This is a pre-permitting exercise to enable Hudson's Bay, who has the long-term ground lease interest in this property and is coordinating with the landlord, Simon, to reposition this property to allow for a mix of uses, principally office, but also to enable some amenity retail and potentially food and beverage, such as a restaurant. These uses are allowed as of right, with the exception of the restaurant. And I think, unlike earlier in the evening, we are not seeking a pre-special permit here. We acknowledge and concede that if and when a restaurant tenant is identified, we'd come back to you for that special permit. So that is the sort of synopsis that you heard from us last time. I know that staff had prepared at least a draft decision. We've had a quick opportunity to review it and are generally amenable with some minor comments, but defer to the board if you have further questions that we can answer.
Okay, thank you. Staff?
Sure. Well, this is actually what we encourage everyone to do in terms of kind of getting a look at how to reposition, come in early for some initial thoughts from the planning board. And that's what they're doing here. Because they're repositioning, there's a lot of kind of specifics that they're looking to work out, but they will be back. They will have food and beverage users. They will probably have potentially others that need special permits. But we have put a lot of aspirational kind of good planning principles in this, the site plan design, as well as traditional transportation demand management, multimodal transportation type um, conditions that we have similar to the rest of the mall. Um, but just going back to kind of good planning principles, what they have demonstrated to you at the last meeting of a lot more transparency in the building, more, obviously more windows, more entrances, a lot more of kind of the inside outside space. Right now, it's a big box department store with a tiny door and giant blank walls. And as well as there's, although small, there is some green space or in and around the building. How do we want to activate the spaces from inside and outside to kind of make it more of that pedestrian scale, activate all sides of the building as they continue to explore those different uses. So those are what we have drafted in the site plan. There's a couple items in the site plan that I just want to point out and discuss. The As I mentioned, the transportation demand management piece, we have been along Burlington Mall Road looking for just some we've been doing this kind of median mall match program a little bit, just to try to enhance the Mall Road corridor. When the district came in, as well as the the Sears redevelopment, they did a lot of work in at least pulling up all the pavement, looking at those medians, seeing what we can try to just, beautify the front door of all of these places. So there's some language in there. There's also some language for Sculpture Park donations. They're kind of random in what we've put in. Not, I mean, 10, we have put in 10,000. 10,000 is a previous user. We certainly are up for talking about that. It was, again, just what we had in a previous user. And that's pretty much it. Otherwise, we don't have any concern. We're very pleased to see these kind of big box retailers come in and talk to us. It took, I don't know, I feel like more longer than I was here to even really have a conversation with Sears, and we've been able to work with Simon and Sears and transform that into the mall. And I know a lot of you have been working with us on the mass development project of kind of the vision for the Mall Road corridor. So we're just really pleased to see Hudson Bay here with us along with this vision. And I think what at least what you've demonstrated and shown at the last meeting, and what you're kind of evolving your spaces into, is where the direction we want to go in. And we hope that you continue to join us at the table with figuring out what that mix of uses is to make your space, as well as the mall itself and the Mall Road corridor, as dynamic and successful as it can be.
Great.
So with that, we have a decision drafted. I would like to just confirm the Sculpture Park conversation, because it's an ask, and we do need the applicant to to discuss that and weigh in. It's before we kind of close the conversation on this. And it's something that could be it could be something where you'd want to provide sculpture on your own within your site. I mean, that's also an option. But the member that is representing the sculpture committee, I certainly would want her to weigh in from the planning board.
Of course.
And that's it. So we support this. We will definitely see them back for special permit uses, and that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Kristen, and we'll start off with Member Covino, please.
Can I ask just a general mall question, Mr. Chairman, if I could, just for
Of
half
course,
a second? And this is to staff. I remember we originally talked with Simon way back when. We asked them to provide a location where all transportation that went into the mall would come together, so people could switch back and forth easily. Was that ever done? Do you know, Kristen?
It was done. It is if you remember where we permitted Common Craft,
Right.
it's kind of if you're looking at the mall, it's to the left. We have had a lot of conversations of what we had hoped it to be, and what it is a little bit less than what we hoped it to be. So we have active conversations with the mall about kind of enhancing that stop as the joint stop for all, what it is for the group that may not know. The there was a lot of kind of the random shuttles. There was the MBTA, the LRTA, the any kind of, I mean, you're going to have kind of Uber and Lyft all over the place, but at least try to have some central locations where it's expected that you stop. So we're having a lot of issues with people parking in fire lanes all over the place. So trying to centralize those locations. That's not to say that we can't have more than that one. It was just the one on that Sears side that, or not Sears side, but that particular side that we were targeting.
Thank you. Other than that, I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Covino. We'll go to Member LaRue, please. Barbara, unmute.
Sorry, thank you.
It's okay, yeah.
As Kristen said, I'd like to see more of the plan and see what that's gonna look like. And also the changes to the facade, I know, it just doesn't have the look of an office building right now, so I think
Barbara,
that'll be
can you-
coming.
Sorry, can you shut off your video? You're breaking up so much. If you shut your video off, we can probably hear your voice very
Oh.
clearly. Sorry.
Okay, let's try that. Okay.
Okay, sorry, you were just breaking up. I couldn't hear you. Thanks.
Should I repeat that then?
Yeah, sure. One
Just
step.
looking for landscaping and for the facade, what that's gonna look like. I would love to have the conversation about the sculpture park. We have a number of different ways that we can work with you on that. I don't know if it's something you want to discuss in this forum, or maybe we can take that offline. But I'd love to have that discussion with you. But this is interesting. It's very unusual. I don't have a lot of questions other than what it's going to look like. And I'm interested to see how it works out, because I'm just, again, it's surprising to me that people want to do office space right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member LaRue. Member Stale?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is kind of a piggyback on Member LaRue's. Are there any updated renderings or drawings that we have since the last meeting that you could share, or do we have anything?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We haven't really updated anything since then. We're still exploring the market for the truly the right tenant. And I think that is going to dictate what ultimately the facade is going to look like. You know, we're giving it probably till, call it mid-January. And after that, we're still going to go forward with our design. And then if we have to retrofit, we'll come back.
Okay, that's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Stale. Member Pemba?
No, mine is the same, along the same lines. Just interested in the visuals of it, but interesting concept, and I have no other comments.
Thank you, Member Pemba. I like it as well. The only comment I had was in the decision was certainly what I had already circled was the sculpture park, and maybe that changes to be mutually agreed upon between the sculpture park committee and staff and the applicant. Although I don't know why we nothing personal, Barbara, but why the sculpture park gets singled out. As a member of the rec commission had asked us to consider, when applicants do come, consider the
I have
rec
an
commission
answer
as
for that.
well.
I have
So-
an answer for that question, Bill.
Go ahead, Barbara.
Because the Recreation Department is funded by the town of Burlington, and the sculpture park is dependent upon the generosity of people like these. We are completely funded.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Chairman, if I may, on this subject, in discussing with Mito and Jose previously, I think the petitioner is happy to make a contribution in this regard, and recognizes the sculpture park as a jewel in the town. I guess to some of the questions by board members, we want to be clear that we fully expect to be back before you, whether it be as Ms. Kastner suggests with respect to a restaurant special permit, but more likely when a tenant is identified, there will be landscape modifications. I think some of the suggestions that we heard from staff and from the board previously were well received in terms of improvements we can be making to activate the space, both internally and externally. So we would anticipate that the decision should reflect that we return, and the decision at this time requires that we provide updated plans with a host of different components, including landscape and facade treatment. Now, we cannot, as Mito points out, we cannot do that now without a tenant. But we are comfortable that prior to a building permit, when a tenant is identified, if the decision is structured in this way, we will be back before you to review those, whether administratively or through a hearing, whatever you're comfortable with. And then similarly, on some of on the early comment regarding kind of consistency and coordination with the mall and the mall owner, we want to be sure that some of the items that are typically found in your site plan approval that are mentioned here, such as transportation demand management, obviously an important issue, snow storage and snow removal, these things just have to be coordinated with Simon. So if the decision can reflect both of those items, that number one, we cannot submit in 2 weeks' time from the submission of the decision to the town clerk. We cannot submit updated Mylars and plans with landscape and other items. Those would be deferred until prior to a building permit, and we would return to you to review those items, perhaps administratively. And then secondly, that items such as that are more comprehensive that relate to the mall really will require coordination with Simon. And lastly, again, we are comfortable with, Mito and Jose are comfortable making a contribution to support the sculpture park, but that payment, that contribution be made prior to a building permit.
Great, thank you very much. The only comment I would have is with regard to the decision on item 28 with regard to the valet parking, that says to work with the planning director in consultation with the board chairman. I find that with valet parking, if that can come back to the entire board, I think the entire board provides valuable input to that based on their cross-functional views. So if that's something that can be altered, where it just comes back to the board for valet parking, because that valet parking and specific parking at the mall is something that everybody is certainly concerned about and has comments on, that would be important. Would that be okay?
But Mr. Vice Chair, we can certainly make that change.
Thank you. But other than that, I don't have any issues. Just to get a sense, does anybody else have any comments? This is a public hearing. So we'll see if anybody out there has any comments, whether in favor or against this particular application. Or hands up or staff? I'm not seeing any. Anybody else see any?
We're not seeing any.
Thank you.
And we can, we're certainly comfortable with trying to accommodate those timelines that were requested. They are appropriate and would reflect typically how things, before anyone would get a building permit, we would have to check all those boxes, and we can certainly reflect that in the decision.
Sure, I think we're all excited about this new opportunity at the mall. So thank you. From an applicant standpoint, do I have a motion?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded. We'll do a roll call, please.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, folks. Welcome to Burlington.
Thank
We
you.
didn't close, we
I'd like
didn't,
to make a
we
motion.
needed to vote on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
You want
the
the
motion.
Motion to approve the request of LT Burlington Leasehold LLC, the applicant for approval of the site plan, application for property located at 75 Middlesex Turnpike, formerly known as Martin Taylor, to allow for conversion of the existing retail space into a mixed-use development to include a ratio of office, retail, and restaurant uses with associated site improvements as reflected on the site plan entitled Lord and Taylor Burlington Mall, prepared by JMC Site Development Consultants LLC, dated January 18th, 2019, revised to September 17th, 2021. A site plan consisting of 3 sheets. The project and site plan is subject to the following terms, revisions, and conditions.
Second.
Great. Thank you. Motion made and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member Impemba,
Yes.
Member LaRue.
Yes.
Very great. Thanks, Byron. Again, welcome to Burlington. A little bit
Thank
short.
you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. It looks like we have minutes from November 4th. I have to admit, I haven't read them yet. I don't know how many other people we have that have read them.
I'm ready to vote.
I'm ready.
How about everybody
1,
else?
2.
You have 4?
Not me.
Not me.
Not me.
Kendall?
Okay. So we'll continue that minutes. Other matters, discussion master plan.
So as I mentioned, this this meeting was super long. So what we have some elements from our consultant back. We will be sending them out to you for holiday reading, and they look great. And we look forward to getting the rest of them turned around.
Okay. Thank you. Airbnb status.
So Airbnb, as you know, the letter went to the selectmen. The selectmen approved it. We sent the letter out with the associated bylaw text in hard copy to Airbnb. What we are doing now is just trying to investigate within the organization the other place that we should, the other people we should email out to the same letter, just to make sure enough people in the organization and the right people in the organization are getting the letter. But we have sent it the official letter out, hard copy, and just right now just kind of scattering around the those electronically to make sure we hit everybody we need to.
Right. Yeah. Because you imagine a company that big and who's the right person for that.
Right.
Thank you, staff, for that. Mall. This is something I noticed when I was at the mall, and again, it kind of thought me back to our where our charging station was going to be, and they couldn't do that because that's where the buses are. So, you know, we again try to be consistent and fair with all of our properties in town. We do look when there's vehicle storages. We do look to make sure that they're compliant, and we do move them out when it's not a compliant. Any thoughts of what we do about the mall bus storage? And it's Lexington buses, I think. It's not even Burlington buses. So, right.
Yeah, I don't have an update other than what I knew about the buses were there. The Lexington buses were there. It was something related with COVID. There was an end date, and I have inquired with Justin. I don't have Justin, the mall manager, to try to figure out. But from what I understood, it was temporary. He's on notice that they shouldn't make that agreement again without alerting us. In terms of the other 2 items, the mall truck share fluid and rental, I wanted to understand that a little bit more from you before we specifically went and made the request of what that was. So I put that on there for you to help explain it to the rest of us, just so we can, you know, we get on the same page. But I do know about the bus storage.
So I was around the mall and going around to, I think we're heading over to, we're heading around maybe around the backside of the mall there, past Lord and Taylor, as we're checking that out. And I saw in the back parking lot there where Paul Raymond likes to go, where they have the storage containers. And again, you know, you leave those alone maybe because they're doing construction. Maybe they're temporary or not, I don't know. But they've been there a long time, right? And right in that back kind of no man's land, separate parking lot, bumped up against the New England Executive Park, up near where the parking garage is, the old parking structure. That's separate. If you know where that separate parking lot is, that's kind of separate out. I didn't take a picture because I was driving there. We're probably 4 or 5 vans there with a named Fluid on it, so I did some investigation, and that is a truck sharing company. Around the company, they have certain locations where they store trucks, and you just go online, you say you want this truck, and they give you the code, and you pick up the truck at that location. And for the Boston area, that location is the Burlington Mall. So it's basically a U-Haul, but at the Burlington Mall. So truck sharing.
So then this must be a Simon thing, right?
I would think that Simon would need approval, they would need approval from Simon to park their trucks, so you would think so. And
So if
particularly
it's-
where they have 75 Middlesex Turnpike.
Wow.
I don't know who owns the parking lot there. Maybe it's Lord and Taylor does, or maybe Jordan's done. Maybe, so it's tough to say who owns that particular parking space.
So that, is it that long, the
Yes.
long skinny parking lot that
Yep.
looks like it goes with New England
Yes.
Executive Park, but
Yes.
so that is owned by Simon,
Yep.
and it's adjacent to the Macy's lot. So
Yes.
but that long skinny one is Simon.
Yep, it's separate. You can see the separate curbing, separate in, yep.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's obviously overnight heavy equipment is not, or overnight parking would need to cut, having a use there would need to come to you.
Yep.
It's like
Okay.
if they had rental cars and they were parked outside. they'd have to come
Exactly
to you.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you could, in your same conversation with the mall bus, you can say, what's up with that? And regardless of whether he has a contract with them, it doesn't matter, because contracts, as I think Joe mentioned, Member Pember said last time, the contracts would say, subject to, local
yeah.
laws and ordinances, like any contract I've seen. So
If it's not
that
legal, the contract's void, yeah.
that doesn't hold water. That makes a contract void, right, Joe? The tree well, like I
Exactly.
said,
Doesn't comply with the law, yeah.
yeah. So tree wells, so I saw this, I saw a tree well. I was actually at a funeral home in Braintree. And I parked out in the back, and it was next to a library, the backside of a library. And I saw this tree standing there with a grate around it, and I'm like, and they had a sign that described what it was. It was called a tree well, and the sign was some explanation of it from the University of New Hampshire. And they use them, it appears, that's not my business, but it appears that they use them when places where you typically can't put a tree because, there's piping in the way, or, there's no ground to do it. You actually can put a tree there, and you tie the hydrology to it, to the sewage, or the wastewater. So I thought it was kind of interesting that where we hear a lot, we do ask applicants to really over landscape use trees. They say they can't use trees for whatever reason. And I thought this might be a good opportunity if staff could do some investigation, and, you give us some background of it, when we could use it, when we shouldn't use it. I think that'd be very helpful.
Maybe it could be used on Mall Road.
Yeah, right down in the center, right? Right down the center could be, but I don't know. I don't, that's not my particular expertise.
Yeah, no,
Well, we've
that's an
always wanted
interesting
to have
concept.
trees on Mall Road, and we couldn't.
Well, there's conduit down some of the medians directly in the center.
Well,
But no, but to the point of we couldn't, the whole thing of we can't have landscaping in Mall Road because we don't have sprinkler systems. There's a lot of landscaping that exists that no one sprinkles every day.
Right,
So,
right.
that's
right.
kind of a, I don't know,
Yeah.
kind of a lazy response to. I
Yeah.
think there's a lot of options. But no, tree wells, we've talked to conservation. Actually, there's some tree wells that were put in at 174 Middlesex Turnpike for the housing proposal. And the main reason for that was actually for the to meet the new stormwater regulations under Concom to reduce phosphorus levels.
Okay.
So I mean, they are very good. One, you have trees, which is great, and two, they do a good job of just cleaning stormwater to be better for the environment.
Great, thank you. So yeah, if this time, I mean, these meetings tend to go long, but maybe if there's some background, like you said, you're put together a pamphlet, we can take a look at, and then maybe a 5-minute conversation, or maybe have Concom come in and give us a little.
What I'd like to do is get you a packet of stuff that you review and then talk about it. So you have some questions, and you know, if John or Eileen from Concom want to join us, and I mean, it might be a little similar to Melissa making the presentation where we have it kind of on the front end. Maybe not half an hour, but
Yeah.
shorter.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Kristen. Next up is Rhino Propane. I don't know if you want to take that or to Joe take that.
Well, I will say, so the definition of gas stations is no outdoor display or no outdoor merchandise. That is in the definition as well as in lots of your permits. As you are aware, you know, ice machines show up and then Rhino shows up and then, I mean, things just show up. So I think it's something that we certainly need to make sure we're tracking. They can't put them inside. It's additional source of revenue, just like the U-Haul or whatever rental trucks you guys are talking about. So I think it's one of
Right.
those things, kind of like the signs of just being kind of diligent. In some ways, I'm not even sure. I was looking at it. Can we permit them based on those definitions? And then I think we could, like, so if we wanted to say yes, you can, they would need a site plan amendment, and it would need to be associated with the principal use of a convenience store, not the gas station itself.
Gotcha.
Just as a technicality, because yeah, well, they need to come to you. They can't just put they can't put
Well,
this
and
stuff on the site just to.
yeah, and this is particularly I mean, it's kind of, it actually takes up spaces. It's got Jersey barriers there surrounding it, which I'm sure, you know, for the protection of it, obviously, but it just creates a very unsightly look, and it's taken up, you know, parking spots that I'm sure were approved as part of the site plan. So they've completely changed the site plan, aside from adding additional you know, kiosks or, you know, selling mechanisms outside of there. So there's multiple violations in there.
It sounds like it need a fire department approval too, wouldn't it? Are they selling propane there, Joe? Is that what they're doing? I haven't seen.
Yeah, they probably, yeah, exactly. I don't know if they got fire department, but they certainly have it surrounded by, and, you know, I don't know if those Jersey barriers are, you know, a policy of the Rhino company itself, or if it was a fire department thing, but yeah, I would think they would need, you know, where it's flammable and combustible, I would think they would need fire department approval on it, right?
Yeah, from what I understand, they're in a cage. They come like you buy it full and then you return it empty. There's no filling activity there, but it's still you have propane in a small area. So yeah, they would they a lot of things, but as you guys know, things show up and it's kind of chasing them out, you know, unless they get permitted properly. And
so maybe that's just a building inspector, you know, letter or something.
Yep.
Yeah. And then you know, now that Joe had mentioned that, I go down my street and I go to Cambridge Street and I look across and I see Old Town Liquors has got some propane outside too. Now that you're talking about it, you make yourself aware of it. So was that approved with Old Town Liquors?
No,
was it?
No outside storage. No.
That Blue Rhino sales guy really made a lot of sales.
Yeah. So maybe just keep your eyes out. You know, so maybe put that one on the list as well. They're doing better with their trucks on the side road, but occasionally you might see one as I go down there. So they're doing better. Okay. Any correspondences?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
I just wanted to find out if there's any update on Richardson Road.
Okay, maybe we can do that. We can put that in the list too. That's a good point. Yep. Richardson Road, 40B.
Richardson Road was continued to January, last I heard. It's been like yeah, that's all I know. It's I will try to find out more of why. What's the long length? But yeah, every month or so, I try to figure out, because if I should be there, and then it's like the same day. No, continued. So
Can you just add that to the list as well? We'll keep it on there until we close that. That's a big deal. I mean, I was on the Board of Appeals when we did the original one, and that was bad. That should never have gone through if it wasn't a 40B. So That's a big thing. Okay, thank you, Barbara. And correspondences? None? Portsmouth Town Council? None?
No.
Subcommittee, Barbara, anything on Sculpture Park other than what you've mentioned?
No, nothing else.
Mike, on your subcommittee?
No, we haven't had a meeting since our last meeting.
Okay, and Ernie, anything going on?
No signs. You've heard what came before us just a little while ago, and no, other than that, Selectmen's Transportation Committee has not met since the first time. So
Okay, Barbara's on housing now?
Barbara's
Yes,
on housing,
we've
right?
had a couple of meetings. There's a lottery open now for the house on South Bedford Street that's up. And we are continuing to work on how the lottery will work for the housing at near Lifetime Fitness.
Great.
Not much else to report there.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd be interested in that because, the last I heard that because of the legally we can't make that for Burlington residents, it might be that no Burlington residents get in there. So
That's highly unlikely. I think that's an exaggeration.
Okay.
It's theoretically possible, but highly unlikely. But it is entirely likely that there will be a few people who are not Burlington residents.
okay, usually in the higher line likelies over time tends to be the rule versus the exception, so to speak.
Was it,
Yeah.
Barbara, was the same thing happening behind the tavern? Did I understand they had to revise those lottery, whatever? No?
I'm sorry, Ernie, you're breaking up a little bit. It's my connection. Could you say that again?
Yes, behind the Marion Tavern, those condos there, the flat condos, did I understand that had to be revised to the application process there? That was
I'm
originally.
not aware that was revised. I'm not aware of that.
I'll leave that alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Rec Commission, there was some discussion on putting in a second entrance or entry for Veterans Park. And
Okay.
so what happens, we did talk about if something going to do something, because the parking lot is very small and it's a one way in, one way out.
Right.
So a lot of people like myself would park on Gettick and then cross over. And then if you're trying to get in when people are trying to get out, you just can't do it. There's just, it's a difficult spot. So this is just kind of pie in the sky stuff. If the thought might be, if you're to do an in and an out, you come in heading north and you keep that one entrance as an out entrance, only because of that. You come over that hill, you wouldn't want somebody coming out lower than, because you wouldn't be able to see them. So that would come before the planning board, just but to give you an idea of what the folks there were thinking. Okay, unfinished business, new business, any new business? I just had one item. Was the seafood truck that you see over near what Joe said, the Rhino propane?
Yeah.
I don't know what parking lot that is, if it's the gas station, it's the one next to it. Are you guys familiar with the seafood truck that shows up there with the feather signs occasionally? So I guess
I've heard about it.
Yeah, I see it when I go by it. I haven't been to it myself. I'm just usually, not thinking about food. I'm not. But, if they had a beer and a food truck, I'd probably stop in, right? But what's the story when those food trucks get approved by Burlington? How does that work? And then how do we make sure they comply with our signage? Because they're the only ones in the center of town now that puts up feather signs.
Oh.
Because everyone else has got the word.
What I understand, that particular food truck was approved through the temporary task force during
Okay.
COVID. So
Okay.
they are permitted through April of 2022. I do think in the guidelines there is language about certainly for signage and pertaining to all other town regulations. So they don't get to do anything that other people.
Okay.
So I'm not.
You pop them a letter. Okay, thank
let
you.
them know. Yep.
Yep, that's all I had. Does anybody else have anything? 10:30.
Just a quick on new business, just to
2:38,
kind of,
do we have a
since
motion?
it's a bit-
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Vice Chairman Gaffney,
Yes.
Member Covino,
Sure, yes.
Member Espejo,
Yes.
Member LaRue,
Yes.
Member Impemba.
Yes.
Okay, so we're not meeting to what, January 6th, so everyone have a good holiday.
Happy New Year.
Happy
Merry
Thank you
holidays.
very much, folks.
Good job, Chairman.